Okay, I think we are about ready to go. Yay, everything's working. How's it going? That death counter did not need to be up there. That's for Dark Souls. There we go. I actually caught it this time. Right away. Ain't that a first? How's everyone doing today? I shall probably just boot it up right now and just get it going. Hold on, turn that down. Everything seems fine on my end. Let's get this going. I did not boot this up at a single time this week. I checked yesterday to see if there was an update. That's all I did. I didn't even boot the game up. Burnout, or just not much to do at the moment? Maybe a bit of both. Bit of both. There we go. Logged in. Yeah, I did not boot this up at all. No joke. This... I haven't done anything. So, here's the plan. I am in the apparently, I looked it up. I am in the final stretch of the Realm Reborn campaign. If I just prioritize story today, I can probably get it done today. If I can get that done, then I think I'm putting 14 on a break. And if I ever am, I'm pretty sure I'll come back to 14 for streams, but I think I might treat it as a single player game. You know, the Monday, you know, the 4 days a week streams instead of the multiplayer one. Multiplayer exclusive. But, like, yeah, I could do some of these, but I'm not going to stress over them. Let's prioritize plot and see let's see what we can get done. Apparently, Moonbrea just recently died. That's where we are right now. And if I'm, based on what I was reading, I looked up, like, how many quests there are left, and it sounds like we're in the final stretch. Have you a moment, Scottbot? I believe Ida wished a word with you. I should consider it a personal favor if you were to lend a sympathetic ear to her troubles. She has not been herself since Moonbrea's passing, and my heart aches to see her so downcast. Let's go see what Ida is. What's going on with Ida? Ida. Do we have to do this with every character? Hey, it's Scottbot! Great! Oh, it's no use. I'm trying to stay positive, but... it's just hard, you know? The thing is, I know Moon would tell me off if she saw me moping around like this. Which is why I decided to cheer myself up by getting her a special flower. I placed an order for a moon daisy with Rowena a little while ago. And it's ready to be picked up. The trouble is, I find Rowena a bit difficult at the best of times, and, well, this isn't one of them. I know it's silly, but I can't face it at the moment. So, I was wondering, do you think you could maybe collect it for me? I have the coin to pay for the flower right here. I mean, you can't give me the coin unless it's an item. Thank you so much. I'll be waiting for you, and the daisy, at Wrathfrost. Okay. Let's go. Oh, yeah, it's an item, not actual money, because I wouldn't be able to hold it. It's like, wait, I don't even get it. I just have to spend my own money.
Necrophyte_gaming is first to the stream.
Hey, Shroob, you made it first. You know, you're not, in fact, But the fact that it wasn't redeemed yet, I mean, you were the one that redeemed it, so you are indeed first. And Shroob for the 35 stream streak. I wonder if I can turn those into a text-to-speech thing. I don't know how, because stream streaks are not really like a redeem or anything. There's probably a way to do it, right? Also, Shrew, what do you think of my Durgan? The Midgar Somar. What do you think of my Durgan? That would be awesome. I don't know how. Yeah, that'd be cool. Yeah, Durgan left. Little Durgan. He's watching my every move. Yeah, that one's like you just do the main quest. So, Shroop, are you, I think you're doing the whatever Wednesday this week, right? Just doing some art stuff today? I'll see if I can jump in, show up. At the very least, I'll try to keep my stream streak, which I did lose at some point. What can I do for you today, adventurer? Eldritch trinket to trade? Eh? They got you running errands now. Them scions really know how to make the most of your talents, don't they? Send the savior of Eorzea to the bleeding market. Fine use of your time, that is. Seriously, though, you best learn how to say no, or they'll have you mucking out the chocobo stables next. Anyway, what is it you were here to pick up? The moon daisy, was it? Here then, take it. And tell Ida lass I got a wide selection of headwear in stock if she ever decides to replace that dowdy old mask of hers. God knows she needs to. Working on a comp. Ooh, nice. I love that the NPCs just like, you need to just say no sometimes. How come? The special is playing Errand Boy. Very true. Right now, the reason why we're picking up the Daisy is, if you recall, I don't know if you might not have been here, but Moonbrea died last time. Everyone's kind of upset about what just happened. And Ida's trying to stay positive. It's kind of hard to, and Ida and that shopkeeper, like, don't really get along. So, it's, like, not the best time for Ida to Oh, Wrathfrost, that's right. But yeah, it's true. If I prioritize plot, I think I'll be able to get the Realm Reborn story completely done. And like I was thinking last time, I think once I do that, I'm gonna bench 14 for a little while. Okay, yeah, that's the grave. Again, like, part of it is, like, part of me is feeling burnout, or maybe it's because there's not much to do, because I literally did not boot this game up at all this week. We'll be playing instead. I don't know. I'm kind of cycling between two different options. And, I guess I just gotta think about what I really want this day to be. Because, like, it's been suggested to play Warframe for a multiplayer game by both you and Aerie. And I looked it up briefly. Not the actual gameplay, but I looked it up briefly. I think it's still on PlayStation 4. And it looks like you don't need PlayStation Plus. So, that's a good sign. Fishing them have a bit deep into Warframe. Yeah. So, that's really the only game that has been suggested to me for a multiplayer game. But the other option I'm thinking of is maybe at least for a little while, maybe I drop the whole multiplayer day idea and just kind of go back to a different single player game. And the game I'm kind of putting in my head is the first Yakuza game. Like, I guess it's just a question I need to figure out. Be like, do I really need a multiplayer stream day? It's tempting, yes, it is. Um, I do think though I will come back to 14 for streams, but I think I would put it as a 4 day a week stream because let's be honest, this hasn't really been a multiplayer type of game. Not really. It really hasn't been. It's mostly single player. And sometimes you could do raids. So that's kind of the reason why I'm dropping this as a multiplayer game. It's not really filling that role. But you've seen there is an audience for Frame, but it will definitely depend on you actually like it. That is also a true fact. I've never played it, so I don't know if I actually like it. Ugh. Rowena can be so annoying. She just will not take no for an answer. Every time I visit her, she insists I replace my visor with something more fashionable. And when I tell her I like it just fine the way it is, she says it again, and then again, then again. Drives me crazy. What I meant to say is, I really appreciate you doing this for me. So anyway, let's see it. Test the waters, maybe? Maybe. I did mention I'll be going on a break here soon, in a couple weeks. So maybe play Warframe for at least a couple weeks until my break and then go from there. Oh no, a bot! It's telling me to buy bot viewers! Get out of here. Moonbreda, love these things, you know? I hope that somewhere, somehow, she knows I'm still thinking of her.
I'll never forget you, Moon. None of us will.
The song riseth to a crescendo.
I told you, he's watching me. Oh no! Durgans! Or lesser Durgans. AKA wyverns. Actually, I think
Is that what I think it is?
I think they are wyverns.
Hello, can you hear me? We have received grave tidings from Ishgard. Pray return to the Rising Stones at once.
I turned down the volume all the way, right? Yeah, okay. Double checking. Double checking to see if there's an echo. Oh no, a bunch of lesser Durgans. Okay, time to head back. Yeah, I could try Warframe for a couple weeks. And then, see what I decide after my break. Because even if I fully decide, hey, let's just do Yakuza. Even if I decide that, it'd be kind of annoying to play that for, like, what, 2-3 weeks? And then go on a break. Yeah, so at the very least, maybe Warframe for a couple weeks might be a good idea. And then decide from there. The one thing I'm worried about with Yakuza, though, if as a once per week sort of thing, though, is Yakuza's a big game. And you know I'm kind of the 100% minded type of person sometimes. And there's a lot to do in Yakuza. We be on Yakuza for a very, very long time. It's not just an RPG. It's an RPG with a lot of mini games and side quests. There's a lot to do. So, like, there'll be a stream, like, we do a little bit of plot, and then it's like, oh, let's just go bowling for the rest of the stream. I gotta try to get the perfect score for this little achievement. Ooh, let's do some side quests. Wait a minute. What if we just run the hostess club this entire stream? Let's go golfing. You know, that's just Yakuza. It'll take a long time to get through it. That is one worry. And for Yakuza being a once a week type of stream, you know. My apologies for the interruption. I was deeply saddened to learn of Moonbrea's passing. Her loss will be sorely felt. Alas, recent developments in Ishgard leave us little time to mourn. The envoy from Korthias will soon arrive, and we must hasten to hear her report. The envoy is here. I thank you for receiving me at such short notice. Time is of the essence, so I would forego the usual pleasantries if I may. Certainly, you come with news of the Dravians. Aye, the dragons have begun their attack in earnest. The first we reached in Central Highlands a short while ago, and a battle was soon joined after. Sir Aymeric himself sallied forth with a contingent of the Temple Knights and several companions of the noble house's finest. Though the beasts were ultimately forced to retreat, our victory, if such it may be called, came at the cost of many of our own. Too many. We will not withstand a second wave should the Dravians renew their assault. You paint a grim picture, my lady. If it's reinforcements you seek, then... We do. Though it pricks our pride, it is plain we cannot protect Ishgard with our ranks, thus thinned by the Horde. Sir Aymeric would meet with you to discuss the possibility of enlisting your aid. Very well. I shall depart for Korthias at once. I must warn you, however, that the involvement of the Crystal Braves is by no means assured. Our commitment is quelling the unrest in Ul'dah must take precedence. It is with such contingencies in mind that I must make another request. The Scions of the Seventh Dawn are known for sharing close ties with all three of the grand companies of Eorzea. Would you consent to plead our case to their leaders? Though I will gladly appeal to the grand companies on your behalf, I dare not promise a favorable reply. You need to say no more. Considering our past dealings with the Eorzean Alliance, I can well imagine how our plea will be received. But the fate of Ishgard hangs in the balance. We must explore every avenue still open to us, no matter how unpromising. I see. Very well. I shall send envoys to each of the allied nations, and have them present your request directly to the heads of the grand companies. In the event that your plea does receive a favorable answer, know that any support is certain to be conditional. Demands will be made of Ishgard. Whatever. That is only to be expected. Rest assured that I speak with Sir Americ's authority in this matter, and that our actions are fully sanctioned by the Holy See. Which brings me to my final request, a personal appeal to you, Warrior of Light. The Lord Commander must desires to speak with you, regardless of your fellow's involvement. You faced Midgardsummer and survived. Anything you could share for your experience may yield us an advantage over our foe. Thank you. You wear the mantle of the hero well. 'Twould seem the road leads us both to Camp Dragonhead. Seek me out when you will arrive, Scappa. One other thing I'm kind of thinking about, though, is if I don't care about Warframe enough, and I just don't want to put Yakuza as a once a week stream, you know? Because I would think that would be too big of a game. I don't know what I would put for Wednesdays instead. Decisions. Digimon Up release. It's a pretty fun indie game. Digimon Up? What's that?
The sons must answer for their father's misdeeds. Only then will the cycle be broken.
Also, I've never played a Digimon game. Oh, it's a mobile game. Okay. A new gacha game.
Brothers and sisters of the heavens, we raise our voices and join you in the chorus. The sinner's feeble magics are undone. Come, claim your retribution.
How's it going, Cyber? Yeah, it's gacha, but honestly, right now, gacha is completely inconsequential. Oh, that's something. Speaking of Digimon, I think there's at least one Digimon game that's on the PlayStation 3 download store. I can't speak. My God. It was like a PS1 or a PS2 game. I can't remember. One, I don't know how good it is, and two, if it is good, I don't know, should I put it on the list of things to get. PS3 digital only games. I think it was a PS1 game. Oh no, what was it? PS1, PS3, no. What did I type in? Where did I find that list? Oh, there it is. Found it. I'm pretty sure there was a Digimon game. I kind of skimmed past it. I don't need any of the Darkstalkers because I have the collection. Dawn Crisis. I thought for sure there was a Digimon game. I remember seeing it. Got the completed flower? Completed flower, what do you mean? I thought for sure there was a Digimon game. Okay, hold on. PS1 Digimon game on PS3. Might have been a PS2 game, but I thought for sure. No. I thought for sure there was one. That's one of those, I need to look back into it, because I thought for sure I saw one in there. But it's just not on this list. Oh, yeah, it might have been Digimon World 3. I think I remember seeing that in the PS3 store. It just wasn't on the list. I would have to check the PS3 store again. Because it's not on that site I sent you, Shroop, that lists the PS1 games, for some reason. But I remember seeing one in there. I would have to go and check. And I'm not doing that right now. Because it's actually kind of a pain in the butt to kind of get into the PS3 store a little bit. You can't just sign in with your password. You have to use like a new temporary password every time and generate one. It's kind of annoying. And also the PS3 store sucks so much. It really does. Like, I just wanted to look at PS1 games, and there's a lot of PS1 games on there. And so you filter it out by only PS1 games. But the problem is, and there's like over 200 PS1 games, right? What it does, you can set it up alphabetically, but the problem is, it won't, it only shows 100 games. It will only show 100 games. Once you get to the bottom, you don't even get the option to load more. You just have to do a different filter. Another bot telling me to buy bot viewers. That's 2 today. It seems I was the swifter, Scottbot. You two, however, have arrived with time to spare, for a host has yet to make an appearance. The murmurings about camp tell me some manner of trouble at the gates of judgment. In the Lord Commander's absence, I suggest we visit the palace, or visit the place and find out what is afoot. Whatever. Maybe that was palace. But yeah, Cyber, if I finish Realm Reborn today, I'm thinking I'm going to be dropping Final Fantasy XIV. And it's kind of looking like I'll at least try Warframe for a few weeks. Probably. See if I like it. And then, you know, because I'm going on a break in a few weeks. But the thought is, if I don't like Warframe, the other option is I just kind of drop the multiplayer streams. And I'm thinking of bringing up Yakuza 1. So, that's just some thoughts. The gates of judgment are much more than mere doors. They are the outermost layer of Ishgard's magical wards. If our first line of defense can be so easily shattered. We need not fret over much. There are yet several layers of arcane protection that shield the city from invasion. Mother will be fine. Heretic scum! How dare they meddle with our divine protections! I shall rid our nation of their blasphemy, even if it means cutting them down one by one. When I laid eyes upon Lady Iceheart, I felt a marrow freeze within my bones. And we got ads. I shall wait for the ads to finish up. Let's go ahead and set up Battle Royale while we wait. Imagine having ads. I can't. Why is my phone cord not charging? It's not registering all the time or something. Take a break, stretch, hydrate, check your socials. We got 30 seconds of ads. Sit through that. What do we got for the Battle Royale? It's just me and Xander. And it looks like Xander has the HP advantage. Go for the battle, and it's a tie. Oh, wait. Who's going to get that HP? Oh, wait. I actually don't know. I think it was Xander. And, oh, I'm still going for the attack. Do I get the sneak attack? But Xander's getting speed. And Xander for the win. There we go. Dude, I noticed that, like, when Xander's little icon was going for the HP, he was moving slightly faster than me chasing him down. Interesting. At least it looked that way. Why is there snow? I thought this was, like, completely covered. Anyway, 'twould seem the heretics struck the first and most telling blow against Ishgard. Scions, we expected you at Camp Dragonhead. My apologies. We chanced to hear that there had been trouble at the gates, and thought it prudent to investigate the cause. Then you have learned of the heretics' treachery. Lady Iceheart led a force of her followers against our defenders, and came close enough to dispel the first of our wards. But let us speak more of this back at camp. Sir Emmerich awaits you. Lady Iceheart has grown bold indeed if she would risk direct action against the city. Come, let's do as we were bid, and return to Camp Dragonhead. Lord Harchfight will know where Sir Emmerich means to receive us. We need to go into here. "'Tis reassuring indeed to behold the countenance of a friend, when one's homeland teeters upon the very brink of disaster. Though a single misstep could send us plunging into the abyss, your heroic presence strokes the flames of courage within my heart. Ah, but you did not come to Dragonhead to listen to my prattling. The Lord Commander has arrived, and would treat with you in most intercessory." There we go. Yeah, so I finished my playthrough of Suikoden 1 yesterday. When I say finish, I already beat the game a few days prior, but but the game could transfer information to Suikoden 2, and I decided to max out everyone's weapon and get them the best armor that money can buy. So that took, and there's a lot of playable characters. That took another like 15 hours to do so. So once I got that done, I started Suikoden 2. Greetings, sir. Shall I show you inside? I thank you for coming with such haste, and apologize for my absence. Suffice it to say, Lady Iceheart and her heretics have much to answer for. Yes, but we are recently returned from the Gates of Judgment ourselves. Given the circumstances, we quite understand if you would prefer to postpone or appoint an audience. On the contrary, Master Alphinaud, I think it more important than ever that this meeting take place. Rest assured. I can't speak today. I shall return to my post on Ishgard's walls the moment our business is concluded. Before we move on to the subject of reinforcements, however, I would introduce you to a close friend and stalwart ally. Estein? Another dragoon. That has the Gale Bog. I have it too. It's just weaker. May I present to you Ishgard's Azure Dragoon? Hey, I'm one of those. Impressive title, though I confess I know precious little of the Order of Dragoons. They are formidable warriors all, yet even among such masters of the lance, Eshtinine is without equal. He, out of all the warriors of Ishgard, was chosen to wield the power of dragons, and may thus contend with any Dravian. You flatter me overmuch, Lord Commander. If ever I without equal, I am no longer, as my fellow Azure Dragoon here will attest. Be at ease, Scottbot. I did not come to challenge you this day. Okay. I got a question then. Does he only say this line if I am currently a dragoon? Or if you start with one, but I don't know if the game really remembers what class you start with. Actually, no, it does. I don't know. Azure Dragoon. Blue Dragoon. Ooh. Oh my god. Blue Dragon. That was a 360 game. Well, now that we have all been introduced, let's proceed to the matter at hand. I would share with you what we have learned of Iceheart's design, as confessed by the heretics taken captive after the assault on the gates. It was a cartoon too. Yeah, I know that much, but I think it was a game first. Or maybe it was made as a game first, but they made the anime at the same time, so they re-released at the same time. Either way. It would seem that Lady Iceheart and the Dravian share a common goal. The reclamation of Nidhogg's stolen eye. Nidhogg? One of the 7 great worms? His name features prominently in your nation's history, though once defeated by the hero Haldrath, the beast is said to have terrorized Korthias since Ishgard's founding. Aye, many are the scars our walls bear from Nidhogg's relentless efforts to raise the city. The trophy Haldrath plucked from the beast's wyvern's worm's skull, known simply as the Eye, is a treasured relic of Ishgard, and one possessed of untold power. Should it ever be returned to Nidhogg, the dread creature would be restored to the height of his strength, and then no wall or ward we could erect would be stout enough to defy him. My vengeful son has waged war against Ishgard for 1,000 years. No mortal mind could comprehend the depths of his rancor. The Eye itself secretly deep within our vault. It is kept under heavy guard, surrounded at all times by men and women who have proven their loyalty to the Holy See. But through stout walls and sharp blades may suffice to discourage the heretics. The dragons, on the other matter, there are individuals within the Dravian horde whom the entire company of knights would labor to repel, to say nothing of Nidhogg himself. Nor does age rob them of their strength. Through the endless march of the years, the dragons endure, patient, calculating, inexorable. You must understand, these creatures do not share our perception of time. And that is especially true of the great worms. They who spend centuries in slumber only to wake and resume their campaign as if mere hours had passed. It has been 20 years since Nidhogg last darkened our skies. 20 years for him to gather his strength, and for us to bolster our defenses. And now, just as it seems primed to return, the heretics strike at the gates. You believe that Lady Iceheart is in league with the creature, then? Of that, we cannot be certain. Though we know the heretics covet the Eye, we have been unable to determine their plans for it. Such questions aside, We must needs address the ragged hole their mistress has seen fit to rend in Ishgard's protections. 'Tis a weakness the Dravians are not like to leave untested. So it would seem. You have described your plight in an admirable detail, Lord Commander. Yet I cannot help but wonder at your candor. Why share such sensitive information with us? I shall speak plain. Ishgard has need of allies, and I would have you bolster our front lines in readiness for the coming battle against the dragons. This much I expected. Unlike our arrangement concerning the Keeper of the Lake, however, only you stand to benefit from our assistance. In this matter, I fail to see why we should intervene in a conflict which concerns only Ishgard and Dravania. When the Eorzean Alliance requested Ishgard's assistance during Operation Archon, you refused us. Does it not seem grossly unjust to demand that we now risk our lives in your private war? I make no attempt to defend my country's conduct. I only ask that you consider what would follow if Ishgard were to fall. Having razed our city to the ground, the Horde would have little cause to linger, and most would return to their lairs in Dravania. Soon thereafter, the ruins of Korthias would be buried in snow, and the land would become the sole province of beast and beastmen. Until the Garleans arrive, that is, for you may be certain that the Empire would not hesitate to claim Korthias. They would not even have to draw steel. An imperial province sharing a border with Mordona. 7 hells. Very well. We will assist you in repelling the dragons. The roar of a great worm may have shaken the firmament, but we of Eorzea will not abandon our Ishgardian brothers to face the coming horde alone. Nor did I ever think you would. Now upon the matter of the roar. Allow me, Sir Emmerich. Through the power of the eye, I have become a vessel of Nidhogg's strength. His essence has stolen into my very blood. Fear not, I am in full control of my faculties, I assure you. And the eye itself is of no relevance in this tale. It is not essential that I bear it with me wherever I go. Its lingering influence does, however, allow me to hear Nidhogg's voice. Then the worm who roared was Nidhogg, aye. He means to hurl this horde against Dampening's collar and shatter the remaining wards that protect the city. There can be no doubt the worm has summoned his minions to war. Hydrate. Though the circumstances are far from ideal, this desperate endeavor will at least provide us an opportunity to bring the sister states of Eorzea together in common cause. Sir Emmerich was more ruthless in his negotiations than I had anticipated. I suppose one must give no quarter when one's home is at stake. But did you see the look on his face when he formally requested our assistance? Though the Lord's Commander has long campaigned for Ishgard to open its gates to outsiders, I suspect this softening of the Holy See's attitude towards foreign cooperation comes as something of a bittersweet victory. The days ahead promise to be interesting indeed. If we are to aid the Ishgardians in this war of theirs, preparations will have to be made, and soon. Before proceeding, however, we must needs return to the Rising Stones and make our report to Minfilia. The Acudescent? Acudescent? I can never remember how it's pronounced. Time to fly back. Unicorn. But yeah, maybe I need to double check and see if that Digimon game's on there. And whether or not I should even consider getting it. If it is Digimon World 3, because I think that sounds correct, is that a good game worth picking up? I don't know if anyone here has ever played that. You can inform me. Let's just say for a second it is worth picking up. I'm assuming there hasn't been a remake of World 3. Digimon Digital Monsters. World 3. It looks like it is only on PlayStation. A complete copy is $68. Well, if I were to pick it up, it probably should pick up the digital PS3. Heard good things about World 3? If I'm correct, World 3 is only on PlayStation 1. And as far as I know, it hasn't been released anywhere else, correct? Is the only other way to play it on PS3 currently. Officially, I mean. Oh, there, Cyber. You, there's the flower. You got it fully upgraded. Yay! Officially, yeah, I think so. Okay, so if it's... I should double check and see if it is Digimon World 3. And if people say it's good, if it's a good game, I should consider picking up the digital version then and put it on my list. Again, I'm kind of prioritizing games that, one, are kind of worth picking up, and two, there is no other way to play them officially without getting an official without getting the official game, like the PS1 discs, PS2 discs, and they're super expensive, you know, or full price, you know.
Alfino, it is good to see you. Tell me, what have you learned?
Alfie, no, you don't pronounce the D is silent. Got it.
Pray summon the others. Everyone must hear my report.
Alpha knows D is silent. Got it.
So this was all but a taste of what's to come.
I'll let this play out first before responding to you, Cyber.
The main host advances upon Ishgard as we speak.
Whose vaunted defenses have been nullified.
Shorn of its walls, the city will bear the full force of Nidhogg's fury.
All those people.
Alfino is right. The Dravanians cannot be allowed to prevail. If Ishgard falls, all of Eorzea will suffer the consequences.
Then you agree that we have no choice but to intervene. For the good of the realm, the Scions of the Seventh Dawn and the Crystal Braves must join the defense of Ishgard.
Let there be no ambiguity about what has been proposed. We would be directly intervening in the war. But if all here believe the cause to be just, then to war we shall go. The path we now embark upon is perilous, but I pray you will walk with us to the end. For those we have lost, for those we can yet save.
it is settled, I shall inform the council of our intentions and request that they contribute their own forces to the defense of Ishgard.
Why can't we hear what they're saying? Is it just not important? That seemed weird. Sony getting rid of physical discs removes any argument they have against the PlayStation Store being a monopoly for PlayStation games. I mean, yes, that is true. I was more referring to, like, Digimon World 3 can only be played on a... officially right now, can only be played either by getting an original copy, which is currently going for a complete copy of $68. That's pretty spendy, for an old game especially. Or you could pay... it's either $6 or $10 on the PS3 store while it's still up. But when that closes, the only way to get it is to get a physical copy. It's not like it's on Steam or on GOG or something. So, like, that's kind of my mindset. Whereas, one other games I'm kind of considering picking up is Fatal Frame, because I figured True would want me to pick up a few horror games. But Fatal Frame 2 has a remake or a remaster, and that's on Steam. So I could ignore getting Fatal Frame 2, because I could just get that version, the remake. It would be weird to have 1 and 3 but not 2 though, but that's a different conversation. I have bid the Archons travel to their assigned nations. Should the members of the Alliance agree to pledge Grand Company soldiers to Ishgard's cause, our comrades will be on hand to act as intermediaries for the duration of the conflict. The small matter of persuading the Alliance leaders to grant such support leave to Alphinaud. For you, my friend, a different task awaits. I would have you reach out to your fellow adventurers and gather what allies you may for the coming siege. I would also have you consider the matter only for your matter of your own security. Revenant's Toll is but a short flight from the snowfields of Korthias, but it is not unimaginable that the fighting may spill across the border. Pray brief Slaffborn on the brewing conflict and discuss potential contingencies. The frontier settlers must be prepared for aught that might wing its way over our walls. I hope that such precautions prove unnecessary. Before you leave, might I suggest that you have Tataru accompany you? She has a talent for administration and a firm grasp of the practical challenges we may encounter. On the PS1 store, I've already picked up Xenogears and Persona 2 Eternal Punishment. Again, those are two games that are super spendy to get a physical copy. The only other way to play them is to get those physical copies, at least in America. And they are reasonably priced on the PS3 store, you know? $10. You know, that's the only official way. That's the only reasonable official way to get them. So that's why I picked them up. We are rather close to Korthias, aren't we? We best see to our own defenses and take stock of our supplies. We'll also need to have beds and bandages laid out just in case. A good receptionist is ready for any eventuality. Let's go, Scottbot. I've 101 things to discuss with Slathborn. You know, some things I've been seeing, I've been watching on YouTube lately, whether it's shorts or actual, videos. I've been seeing content of someone taking not Steam and GOG games and printing them on physical discs. And I know that's something you can always have done with GOG. Like, there's no DRM. So you can just take the game and all of its files that you purchase and just copy it onto a disc. And there it is, it's yours. And I guess you can kind of do that with Steam, but I don't fully understand it. Like, it still makes it seem like, yeah, you're plugging the disc in and it's reading the Steam game off your library. But I don't know if you still have to install it or not, and it's just there to basically be a game key card. Like, that's something I'm still, don't fully understand, at least on the Steam side. Because if you copy, the Steam game onto a disc, and it's basically treated as a game key card, I don't really see the point. GOG, for sure, I could totally understand. I appreciate the warning. If war were to come to Corvius, then the toll must be made ready. I'll increase the number of patrols and lookouts immediately. I'll also see about finding room for an infirmary, as well as temporary housing for victims of the conflict. Ishgard has done well by us in the past, and I would return the favor. But as for rounding up volunteers for the fighting itself, I'm afraid I must disappoint you. I will not send my fellow guild members to die on Ishgardian soil, and I am certain headquarters will say the same. There will be no official Adventurers Guild presence at the siege. That said, each adventurer is of course free to do as he or she will. I shall have a word with some of my more capable colleagues on your behalf, and you may try your luck here in Revenant's Toll. I dare say there are a few stout souls about town who will answer your call to arms. Let's get started, shall we? We have a town to rouse! Nameless adventurers. You're not making it far, can't you? We could probably assume that. Spare me your talk of glory and fame. I'm not in the habit of volunteering for lost causes. I've survived this long by trusting my instincts, and my instincts tell me to stay well away from Ishgard. We got ads. I'll let the ads play. Oh, wait. I'm gonna have to wait. Yeah, I'm gonna wait for ads to finish playing Battle Royale. Take a stretch, take a hydrate, check your socials. Take a break. Wait for the ads to play. We got 35 seconds of ads left. Got 15 seconds of ads. Five, four, three, two, one. Alright. Ads should be done. Continue on. Ishgard sounds like she's in a right mess. But that ain't what I wanted to talk to ye about. I need ye to cast your mind back to the scuffle with the Empire out by the processing plant. A lad from Little Ahamigo by the name of Wildred was there with the Fourth that day, and I want to know if ye seen him since. Have ye? God's damn it! I feared as much. No one's bloody seen him. It's like the grip opened up and swallowed him whole. Or the ground, my bad. But that ain't all. Around the time the Wildred stopped turning up for duty, then black market weapons went missing from our vault in Ul'dah. So now, of course, half of the Braves suspect the lad of making off with the goods. Folk like to believe our company's disciplined fighting force, but as you and me both know, it's no more than a motley collection of mercenaries, adventurers, and Grand Company's veterans. The only thing that binds us together is some vague oath about fighting for the freedom of all, and that and a steady pay. Now, compared to most others in this crew, Wildred is fresh-faced novice, a bleeding whelp amongst wolves. But the boy's got passion. When he talked about being a guardian of Eorzea, he bloody well meant it. A lad like him wouldn't rub us blind and bugger off like that. He ain't the type. And this is just between you and me, mind, there's the fact that the lad wanted to tell me about something queer he'd noticed in the ledgers. Something about the Braves' numbers not adding up. Aye, there's a villain at the end of this trail I stumbled on, and I'll bet me good eye it ain't young Wildred. Or Willed. Any road, you've got a war to rage, so I'll let you go on. I just thought someone should know. I'll be seeing you, Scoutbot. Again, we got a mole. Which, the fact that we couldn't join the Crystal Braves kind of made it seem like there was going to be more going on. And a mole in the Crystal Braves section makes sense. So Ishgard seeks sell swords to bolster its ranks, eh? Though I'm not sure I like the sound of the siege, so those nobles will surely be generous with their rewards. But I pledge myself to guard Revenant's toll. Modest work though it is. I'm loath to break the terms of my contract. What to do? What to do? Two more to talk to. Are you in here? You are. Volunteer my services in the defense of Ishgard? I think not. Dragons claim the lives of every one of my brothers. I do not mean to offer them mine. 'Twas to escape such a fate when I took up the mantle of adventure in the first place. I would sooner die in the pursuit of fortune than huddled behind an icy wall. So we got 2 no's and a maybe. Where's the last one? There you are. Sell me blade to the Ashgardians? Well, them dragons are a fearsome lot, but I say me fair share if coin was good. I'd say me fair share if the coin was good. I worked for one of them knights before. You know, watch me like a bloody hawk, he did. Still, I put up with worse than that for a heavy purse. You said we finished the last of your cake last night. You want more? Oh no. You need more cake, but you don't have enough cake. Whatever shall you do? Get more cake or suffer? The choice is yours and yours alone. There you are, Scoutbot. So, did you sway any hearts? 2 no's and 2 maybes. 1 or 2, eh? Well, add it to mine, that makes 3 or 4, not including Slathborn's friends. We won't have the largest company in the army, but I'd say one Revenant's Toll's veterans is worth 12 clanking knights at least. We'll suffer, but I'm going to be sad about it. It was a lot of cake. You might just have to wait a bit. And then get more cake later. Was it homemade or was it store-bought cake? Well, I've been caught up with recruiting that I almost forgot. There's been word from Alpha Node. Apparently, the Alliance leaders are convening in Ul'dah to discuss Ishgard's plights. They've requested your presence as usual. Anyway, you best make your way to Ul'dah, or you'll be late. Alphinaud said that he would meet you at the Royal Promenade. I'll teleport. Red velvet cake shaped like a coffin. Store-bought. Mistress got it from a bakery. Oh, okay. Well, that's better than, like, you know, going to, like, a Winco or something. Red velvet cake shaped like a coffin. That's cool. To be honest, while I don't mind cake, my go-to is usually cheesecake. Buttercream icing. Oh, that's good. Sounds really good. I should be doing this. Cheesecake is fave. Red velvet is next fave. Nice. I usually also go for pie, honestly. I'll probably rather go for pie than cake. Like, that's my tier list. Cheesecake, pie, and then cake. Something like that. Red velvet cheesecake. Is that even a thing? I don't know if I ever heard of red velvet cheesecake. My apologies for calling you away from your task. Although, because you make it? Oh, nice. Isn't red velvet just chocolate cake with red food coloring, though? My apologies for calling you away from your tasks. I had hoped to proceed with these negotiations one leader at a time, but it seems my urgent request for an audience has prompted a gathering of the council. Okay, so I am right. The red food coloring adds a cherry flavor to it. In your mind, anyway. Needless to say, I felt obligated to attend. The Alliance leaders are already seated within. Let us join them, shall we? It is more rich. Sure. But yeah, it's just chocolate with red fruit coloring. Okay. Why don't you just get some donuts to satiate your sweet appetite?
We are well aware of Ishgard's dilemma, and we agree with your assessment.
Then I trust there are no objections to the Crystal Brave's intervention.
Dar has none.
Bridonia does not object.
Crystal Braves are yours to command, Alphinaud. Do what you will. We shall pray for your success.
It was my hope that you would offer more substantial aid than prayer. I know it is within your means.
Do not presume that you have knowledge of our every concern. The Garleans and the Beast Tribes are but two of many.
Still want pizza because everyone was mentioning pizza. I mean, pizza's just always a good choice. It always is. And now donuts are on your mind too. Why not pizza donuts?
We are not in a position to contribute greatly to the defense of Ishgard. Not when our own homes are still on siege.
I don't know. Just explain. I don't have to explain. Considering I don't even know what that would be anyway.
Undefended as well. Telegiad Alegi and his ilk would seize control of the territories in our absence.
The enemy is at their gates, and you would cower behind yours?
Need to know the thought process. Okay. So, are they like donuts with pizza toppings? How about we go with a... You know how you have cherry-filled donuts? Instead of cherry, it's marinara and cheese inside. Almost kind of like a... I don't know if you like have pizza sticks before, but yeah, like that, but with a donut instead. Cursed as hell by trying.
No one is cowering, boy. We will offer what support we can.
What did you just hear? Pizza donut.
Handful of men and no more.
Crimson.
Would that we could commit more than a token force to this cause. Yet there are others to whom you might turn. The free companies ever want for work.
Ah, yes, the free companies. They're not like to turn you down.
I beg your pardon? You would entrust the survival of Ishgard to sell swords? Crises like these are the very reason why this alliance was formed. It is our duty to aid our fellow man.
Needs the scrapyard. I'll just find another robot, Crimson.
My people. If you expect us to place the welfare of a foreign power above our own, you're going to be sorely disappointed. Lest you doubt, Limsa comes first, then the Alliance, and finally, circumstances permitting, Ishgard and the rest. If you cannot understand so simple a concept, then you have no place at this table.
Think they got a point?
Forgive me, Admiral. I was careless in my choice of words.
How's it going, Crimson? By the way.
I suggest you assemble a party of elite adventurers, assuming you haven't already. Your fellows served us well during Operation Archon. I dare say they will do so again.
Sleep? Fair. That's why you didn't get first. That's why Shroob got it. Excuses.
If I may, Your Grace, I wish to propose a redistribution of forces. If we entrust the security of Ul'dah to the Rust Blades for a time, we can dispatch a larger force to Ishgard. Your Grace?
I thought she was sleeping.
Yes. Yes, of course. Do what you will.
Time to lurk. Do what you need to do, Crimson.
Is Her Grace not feeling well?
To the best of my knowledge, Her Grace is in perfect health.
I see. Carry on.
Okay. I feel like we gotta get through this soon, right? Not that I'm in a rush. Talk to Alphino again. Once again, I owe you an apology. It seems you have been conscripted to the leading of the contingent of adventurers on yet another mission of an inestimable danger. But I fear we have been left with little alternative. We cannot well abandon Lord Horchfant and Sir Emeric to their fate. We must abide by the Council's decision, as short-sighted as it is, and strive to fulfill our roles as Eorzean's guardians. Captain Ilberd, what news? Then the assault is begun? We have but this moment to conclude our audience with the Alliance leaders. Move our forces into position. Your unit will join House Denadrer at the Steel Vigil. Man the cannons alongside the knights, and thin the Dravian horde ere they descend upon Ishgard. I will join you as soon as I'm able. Okay. Scotbot, I would have you and your adventurer allies bolster the defenses at the Steps of the Faith. Report first to Marceline at the Gates of Judgment, and he will direct you to where you are needed most. May the gods grant us victory. Gates of Judgment, and that would be... Right, that's, okay, that is exactly... Wait, yeah, that is exactly where I thought it'd be. Oh, are we actually going to be getting access to Ishgard? Yeah, maybe not. Back to Korothias. What am I seeing? Okay. Freaking phone is just constant. Every time I move my phone just to check something, it's like it's losing connection to keep charge on my laptop. Something up with the cord. A little annoying, but it is what it is. Sure, thinking, going back to the PS3 stuff briefly. It's I know why. Sorry, it's interesting that Silent Hill 1 can be bought on the PS1 store, but not the PS2 versions of, you know, 2, 3, and 4, or at least 2 and 3. Like, I'm surprised it's only Silent Hill 1 on the store. You are the appointed captain of the sellsword contingent. Then welcome. There is no shortage of braid work to be done. As we speak, Dravian skirmishing parties are harrying positions across the Central Highlands. I've assigned the Crystal Braves and your fellow adventurers to contain these scattered attacks. And for the present, I will have you join them. This is, of course, merely a precursor to the assault on Ishgard proper. The wily serpent seeks to divide and confuse our forces, but we will not be so easily drawn out of position. The Temple Knights will remain on the steps of the faith and continue our preparations. When the horde arrives in force, they shall face a wall of Ishgardian steel. Report back to me at once their advanced skirmishers are slain. Let me summon my chocobo. Do we go this way? Oh, I see. Do you think they don't have the other Silent Hill games downloadable on PS3 because they wanted you to get that collection, which I hear is just pretty much inferior to the original copies? Because there is a PS3 collection for Silent Hill 2 and 3, right? No, gotta deal with a bunch of tiny Durgans. There we go. Now one big Durgan. It's almost like I'm over-leveled. More Durgans. That it? Province Point. Where am I going? Ah, over there. Okay. Gotta defeat Durgans on 2 fronts. north from here. But yeah, I know for a fact that once I bring up, whenever I actually purchase Silent Hill 1 on PS3, I know for a fact Shroob is gonna make me play that game like as soon as possible. Shroob is waiting the day when I say I've purchased Silent Hill 1. Not yet though. Not yet. I'm stalling on purpose because I know that's the result. It's inevitable, though. I was gonna say, is that guy even a part of this? He's not. Another guy? Oh no, a commander! Whatever shall I do? It's almost like I'm 8 levels above. And I got a chocobo with me. Done. Report back. Back to the gates of justice. Oh, gates of judgment, my bad. I'm not allowed to go to Ishgard yet, aren't I? That's probably a Heaven Sword thing. What news, adventurer? Reinforcements decimated, you say? Trevian devils? Damn their scaly hides. Hold fast to your wreath of fury, sir. We will avenge the deaths of your fellows in the battle to come. Ere you commit yourself to the siege, you should know what it is you are tasked with defending. Beyond the gates of judgment lies the steps of faith, the great bridge of the stone that leads directly into the city of Ishgard. More than simply a means to cross the sea of clouds, the bridge serves as a foundation of the arcane wards that form the barrier we call Daphne's Collar. Alas, in dispelling the barrier's outermost layer, that thrice-damned witch Iceheart stripped the bridge of its protection, and thus are the dragons now able to land unhindered upon the steps of faith. Should the Dravians succeed in destroying the remainder of the wards, the winged devils will be free to swarm within the city itself. Needless to say, we cannot suffer that to happen. It shall be our task as defenders to prevent any harm from coming to those parts of the bridge wherein the wards are sealed. 3 yet remain, and we have dispatched our forces accordingly. I would ask you and your comrades to accompany our defenders at the outermost ward. I should hope that includes us as well, yes? Okay, here's the thing, cred. Speaking, anyway. The Scions of the Seventh Dawn! We would not well stand idly by while the Horde threatens the good people of Ishgard. Indeed, to do otherwise would go against all the Master Louisoix has taught us. As for where we may be of most assistance, I think it prudent we divide into 2 groups. Ida and I will join the rear guard. Right. If the dragons should reach us, we'll be sure to give them what for. Thank you, all of you. Pray speak with me again when your preparations are complete. and together we shall stand against the Horde. Let's get this going. Trust you're ready then. Come, let us make for the battlefield. You need an item level of 110. What is my item level? 130. What? Okay, wait. What equipment did they expect you to have then? If we're talking an item level of 110, what's Galebog at? 90. Can't even use Galebog. And that's Zenith, too. I think that's has a higher level than the normal one. Trashing equipment is not good, because that's the 50. Astrum Helm. Oh, this is the rewards I've been getting periodically. I guess if you have a full set, this would work. If you made sure to keep getting the same set. Because I got the same thing with the Evanstar hat for Black Mage. I guess if you don't have those, you would have to grind one of the dungeons. Or something. Oh, that's a big Durgan. That is a big Durgan. Oh, of course we're getting ads. I have no time to really pause anything, so I think I just have to keep it here. Snoozing would only delay it so much. Alright, I think I gotta just do this. Yeah. Sorry, those with ads. Protect the holy seas of Ishgard. There's a lot of Durgans. Oh, target the Durgan. Oh my god. Yeah, I'm lowered down to level 50, but I'm still really strong. And that's mostly due to equipment. I don't even need my attack buff right now. Yeah, we got ads. Sorry, not really something I can not really something I could do. Okay, this one's gonna take a bit. Get the damage over time. Some armored dragon, you're just a turtle. There's no escape. Everyone fall back. We can't. I can't move. Oh, can't go there. Just keep running. Just keep running. There we go. Moved closer, I see. Alright, time to fight Big Dragon. Final Finally, something interesting happening. Let's get some health back. Good time to use that. Set this back up. Do I want to stand here? That didn't really help. Oh good, someone healed me. You'd think this would have been like a raid. Yeah, the barrier's broken. Ah, but there's another barrier. I see. Fall back. No, I'm fighting Durgan. But I'm fighting Durgan. Can I fight Durgans? I can't. Fall back? Oh, I need to go over here. I see. Do this a couple times before I can take down the big Durgan. Oh no, smaller guys are targeting me. Whatever shall I do? That's a good use of AoE. Speaking of AoE, I do have that Doom Spike. Let's set this up. I'll use Doom Spike for a bit and try to hit the other guy for a little bit. There we go. That works. So go all the way over here? No, I guess you're getting hurt anyway. It's just pushback, I guess. There we go. Get damage over time going on ya. Oops. Going, get some health back. Perfect. Again, get damage over time going again. The barrier's already broken? Man. There's one more, right? I have a feeling this is like a forced loss. Not much I can really do. I think we just keep running to all the way to the barrier. So it's back. Gotta stop the Durgans. That's a good use of AoE. Got a shield dragon. We'll set up this. Doom spike. Hit the other guy in the back too. Oh, other guy's taking care of it. All right. There's no avoiding. Back. Yeah, he's just under half health. I think this is a forced loss. Ready to breathe fire, but there's nothing I can do about it. See, he already took down most of the barrier. We must end this now, but I can't do anything about it. Again, I think this is a forced loss. That's why this isn't like a raid or something. First. Gotta set this up again. Combo, and then we'll set up the damage over time again. Knight's Resolve now. Okay, that's different. Going. Almost got this. And there it is. Done. I thought this was going to be a forced loss. Nice. An actually interesting moment in the game now. You know? But I'm pretty sure that's not the end of it. I think there's an actual raid. And the Durgans are just leaving. The dragons! They're withdrawing! Victory is ours! One of Nidhogg's greatest champions, slain. The Horde will not soon recover from this blow. But what of you, Nidhogg? Why did you not join your minions and make of this battle a slaughter? Have you grown so fond of the stench of your lair? Mayhap you prefer to have your allies fight your battles for you. You have a girl to do your bidding now, do you not? No matter. I shall slay Iceheart and all the rest. But I yearn to spill the blood of a great worm, Nidhogg, and only your death will sate my lance. Oh, that was something. Scuttbot, the dragons are routed. Lest you wonder, the fighting at the Steel Vigil was also fierce, but my Crystal Braves were not found wanting. Commander Lovir, Scuttbot, true to your word, you arrived to aid us in our hour of need. On behalf of the Holy See and the people of Ishgard, I offer you my humble thanks. Though I would stay and ravish you with well-deserved praise, I fear I must away to oversee the aftermath of the siege. Not all the dragons are fled, and that there are yet wounded to be carried from the field. Pray let us meet anon, and I might express my thanks to you express my thanks with the proper courtesy. We have indeed achieved victory of singular importance. With the Dravian horde thus weakened and scattered, the threat to Ishgard has been greatly diminished. And mayhap equally significant, the Holy See must now recognize the necessity of cooperation with foreign powers. Long have they barred their gates against the outside world, but I am confident that the day will soon come when Ishgard proclaims itself a member of the Eorzean Alliance once more. Much have we sacrificed in our struggles against the dragons and primals, the Ashians and the Empire. But, step by unfaltering step, we march ever nearer to our goal. And as ever, the journey is made with you in the van. The victory you have won this day gives us greater hope for the morrow. 'Tis a hope that shall sustain us in the days to come, and bear us past the many evils that yet seek to hinder our progress. Yes, we have done well, my friend, and I, for one, would take a moment to savor the enormity of our achievement. I think the PNG froze. The demands of duty, however, allow me little time for levity. I must accompany Captain Ilberd back in Ul'dah, and reassign those braves whose squads suffer heavy losses. You, my friend, have earned a rest at the Rising Stones. Pray return to Revenant's Toll, and share your tale with Minfilia in person. We will see to informing the other nations of what took place here. Do be sure to give our regards to Minfilia. Okay, and like I mentioned, I think my PNG is frozen, so let me go and fix that. Yes, it is frozen. Turn off the audio. It always glitches out anyway, every time I try to load something. I actually do wonder why the PNG actually does keep freezing. Like, is it just because my computer is running too many things and it just happens to freeze? Or is there something else going on? I do worry whenever I do get an actual VTuber model, it will freeze this much, if not more, if the PNG is already freezing this much. There's the PNG. And put this back up. Let's get the audio going again. There's the audio. Perfect. Back to Revenant's Toll. I think I can go... Yeah, we'll go this way, across the mountains. But that was a good moment. Something actually interesting happened. You know, big boss fight, battle on the big bridge. I mean, different big bridge. I think the only way to repeat is through the memory thing. It's not like it's a raid fight, though. Game, are you gonna load? Game? There we go. I say that not because I think the PS4 is gonna crash or something. I say that because it takes a long time for it to load. That's the PS4 for you. There we go. I can finally enter the freaking Rising Stones. It only takes 10 years. Minfilia, I got a story to tell. Scottbot, welcome back. Alpha Notes send word of the siege, and, of course, the role you played in ending it. Your deeds never cease to amaze me, Scottbot. Thank you. And we can either get Quick Arm or Quick Ton, which I'm told skill speed isn't really actually that great. Sadly. I thought it was. It's not. You must be wary, Scottbot. And now may very well be your only chance to... Anti-sentient. Oh my god, I can never pronounce that one. Oh, hi. Just give me a wave. A messenger from Ulda arrived with a missive for you. To the royal seal. Curious indeed. An invitation? On behalf of the Council of the Eorzean Alliance, Her Royal Majesty Nanamo Ul Namo invites the Scions of the Seventh Dawn to attend a feast at the Royal Palace of Ul'dah in honor of Ishgard's recent victory. News travels fast. It would seem that we are to be recognized for our part in lifting the siege. You, for your valiant efforts as commander of the adventurers' contingent, and the Archons for their earnest attempts to rouse the city-states. Surely I find it strange that the Alliance leaders should think themselves deserving of a place such as a celebration. All three refused to deploy their standing armies, preferring to send hastily assembled companies of sellswords, many of whom perished ere the siege began. Are they truly so brazen as to seek a share in the glory of your triumph? But mayhap they seek a pretext to meet with the Ishgardians while the mood is yet jubilant. Such an occasion would present such a fine opportunity to press for Ishgard's return to the Eorzean Alliance. We have scarce had time to mourn Moonbrea, and I, for one, am in no mood to carouse. Well, I suppose we must put away our grief for the good of the realm. Though you were promised rest, I fear I must insist that you also attend. It would be strange celebration indeed if the victorious hero were not present. Pray content yourselves with the thought that such occasions may bring about momentous change, and this would without recourse to bloodshed. Tataru, if you would do me a favor and contact the rest of the Scions, of course at Minfilia, and please let me know if there's anything else I could do. Curious. I've never known Tataru to sigh at such requests. Could aught be amiss? Figure out what's wrong with Tataru? Because that's what we need to do right now. Okay. Where's Tataru? Gotta check her desk. See if there's anything strange here. Tataru is conspicuous by her aunt's absence. You don't say. Tataru? I believe she's just stepped outside. Now that I think on it, she did seem rather preoccupied. What's going on with Tataru? This is most important. We gotta help the little small bean, though. Game? There we go. Tataru, where'd you go? You hiding? There you are. Okay, small bean, what's up? Oh, Scappa, it's you. I didn't mean to worry anyone. It's nothing, really. Well, it's not nothing exactly, but it feels like nothing compared to the towering trials you and the others face every day. And that's why I should probably talk to Minfilia before things get any worse. You always know what to say, Scappa. Glad we had this little chat. Did I even say anything? I think I just showed up and she just talked. Story of my life. And yet somehow I get somehow I get the credit. It's like, okay, I was just kind of here. It's like I didn't really do anything. back to Minfilia. Yes, Tataru? You have my undivided attention. I've been hesitant to broach the subject, what with all the recent excitement, but Scott made me realize that there's no time like the present. And time is what I like to ask you for. I'm not sure I understand. If you wish to be excused from your duties for a time, then you certainly have earned the rest. But I suspect that lying abed is far from your intent. You know me too well. There is, in fact, something I've been wanting to try my hand at. Along with the adventurers and the Crystal Braves, the Scions are consistently being thrown into dangerous battles and daily predicaments. Even Horley Boulder and the Cultinet have been promoted from guard duty to fill our need for competent warriors. And so it seems only right that I, too, should acquire the power to defend myself and others. More importantly, when I return, I shall be both your receptionist and your bodyguard. What class is Tataru going to be? What's the small being going to be? Whoa, hey! That's the first time I've almost been knocked to the ground by a Lalafell. I've never seen Miss Tataru so determined. Has aught befell with which I might help? Not at present, thank you. Was there something you would ask of me? Yes, pray excuse my distraction. An adventurer who was to join us for escort duty was injured while on patrol. And I fear we cannot properly defend the scholars entrusted to our protection without the aid of at least one more guard. Therefore, I humbly request that another adventurer, of capable kind, of course, be assigned to our party. Very well. I shall consider the potential candidates and provide you with a replacement as soon as I'm available. My thanks. I take my leave of you. Getting ads soon. Since we're about to get ads, there's 2 here. Expected ambition. Okay, we're going to need to do both.
No. Often Maker 23184 is first.
You're going to have to fight Shrub on that one, assuming you can hear me. We got ads. We got a minute and a half of ads. Set up the Battle Royale. Orphan, I don't know if you came in and then just got hit with ads yet, so I'm just going to assume you have, unless you say otherwise. Take a moment to hydrate, stretch, check socials, do what you need to. Get 50 seconds of ads. Not much going on. 30 seconds of ads. Take the second to stretch. We got 2 missions here, which is weird. I don't think we've seen that before. If we have, it's rare. 10 seconds. And ads should be done. Orphan, I'm assuming you're back from ads. 1, you need to fight Shrub on the first part. And 2, how you doing? The power to defend oneself. Tataru has been full of surprises. Tired? I bet, Orphan. I bet. Now that I think on it, I do recall Eorzea mentioning that she had developed an interest in Arcanema? Oh my god. Mayhap she hopes to gain admittance to the Arcanist Guild in Limsa. Yes. That will be very wary of it. It's not... And not because you were drunk. Okay, do we need to talk about that, Orphan? What? You were day drinking, weren't you? Would you be so kind as to journey to the guild and see that all is well? It is doubtless unwarranted, but surely I am not alone in my concern for her safety. I guess we'll set up the other one. I wonder, do you perchance recall the commitment I made foolishly Hoary Boulder with a capable adventurer? Well, I'm sorry to say that I have yet been unable to do so. It's almost like it's been 2 seconds. I only drunk because you were offered a drink and you didn't stop. How many did you have, Orphan? How many? I'm able to do so. Now I realize that you are rather more than capable adventurer, and that escort duty is frankly beneath a man of your talents, but I have no one else to turn to at the present. Might you be willing to forego rest and assist us in this manner? I can't say no, can I? Generous to a fault. I thank you, Scottbot. Now it seems only fair that I explain the importance of the task in question. For some time, our order has employed a handful of scholars to travel around Eorzea, taking etheric readings that we might better understand the impact of primal summonings. Naturally, it behooves us to ensure our employees' safety, and so we ask the adventurers in our service to serve as escorts. Hoary Boulder and Colonet were to act as 2 such escorts, as was a 3rd adventurer. The last, due to an injury, said adventurer is not presently fit for duty, hence my need to impose upon your goodwill. You are truly our pillar of strength, Scottbot. Hoary Boulder will share with you the details of your task. He should be waiting for you outside. Be safe. Kinda got into a blur, but over 6 glasses of wine. Oh my god, that's... my god. Yeah, as someone who does not drink and has never gotten drunk, that sounds like a lot. And that's what you can remember. Oh, Scottbot, is it true that you agreed to lend us a hand? Huzzah! What did I tell you, Coltonet? Our misfortune is become a blessing, an opportunity to serve alongside the warrior light himself. Crazy. Orphan, I think you need to have a little bit more self-control. Or at the very least, you know, not day drink in the middle of the week. Need I remind you that we have 3 scholars to escort, each of whom will take different route. True, but our mission is the same. Separate by moms we may be, but in spirit we shall be together. We also haven't had anything to drink for a few months. I don't think that's an excuse to... Orphan, do you want to be known as the wine ant? Do you want to be known as the wine ant? Because that's the route. That's the route you're taking. Such thoughts bring you joy. You are welcome to think them. No? Need to think about it a little bit more often, Orphan. To more practical concerns, Scottbot, we would have you attend to the scholar charged with surveying the South Shroud. He is waiting at Camp Tranquil as we speak. All you need to do is follow the man. He will determine the most appropriate location to take his readings. In spirit, Scottbot, in spirit! We shall be together at every step of the way. To be honest, Orphan, I wasn't sure if you were actually drunk when Badcap was messaging me in Discord. I thought you were just kind of being a little silly goose. Tranquil. But then I got to Lou's stream, and Lou was saying you were day drinking. I'm like, okay, this might be a little bit more serious. I don't know. We'll be joining today, but I'm here. Hey, Taylor. And Taylor, I don't know if you heard me earlier, but if I finish Realm Reborn today, I'm gonna put Final Fantasy XIV on the bench for a while. Until you apparently went up to her and was like, going to bed. Wah! Was this before or after we told you to go to bed? At last, the Scion's man deigns to grace me with his presence. A pity that we have no time for pleasantries. It's fine. You have benched the game for a bit yourself. Yeah, so part of the reason why I'm benching it, Taylor, is, well, I haven't been booting it up at all lately on my own time. I literally have not booted it up at all this week. Only to check for an update yesterday, but that's it. Also, this game hasn't really been fulfilling the multiplayer role that I was kind of hoping it would. It's mostly single player, and that's not a jab at you not being able to join, because even when you do join, it's still mostly like we either do like some dungeons that I have to take care of. Other than that, it's still single player mostly to go through plot just to do things. So it's more or less treated as a single player game, and it's not really fulfilling that multiplayer role that I wanted it to. So if I do bring this back to streaming, I think I'll put it in my 4-day-a-week thing and treat it more like a single player game that can be multiplayer. You assume after, because you wouldn't have slept otherwise. Fair. Because we did tell you to go lay in bed, and I think during Lou's stream, assuming you were answering honestly in your drunken state, I did ask if you were laying in bed, and you said yes. So I think we told you to go to bed, and that's when that response came in. There we go. Our first destination is Issamhar. Come, we are late enough as is. But I think, Taylor, I might be able to finish this today. I looked at the main quests last week, and I think I was in the final stretch. So I think I get it done today. I mean, you could double check. I'm working on the Where We Are Needed quest. And Tataru is also wanting to be like a scholar, so like I think I'm in the final stretch. Made it look like I'm very close. I think so. Again, based on what I double checked. Thanks, Xander, for the confirmation. Yes, this location should suffice. Once I finish calibrating my instruments, I will require but a moment to take necessary measurements. I trust I need not explain that my work can suffer no interruptions. Then please, stand at an appropriate distance and keep watch over wild beasts. The last quest is a very long cutscene. Yeah, I'm not surprised. But it'll lead to probably another set of credits, right? But my thoughts on what to replace this game with on Wednesdays. So far, I'm kind of on two options. Also, I'll be taking a break soon in a few weeks. So, I'm thinking for the next couple weeks at the very least, I was suggested Warframe as a multiplayer stream. So I think mostly just to see if I even like it, we'll try Warframe for maybe a couple weeks and then go from there. And that could be a multiplayer stream instead. The other option I'm kind of floating in my head is bench the multiplayer streams as kind of all together, at least for now. And I've been thinking of booting Yakuza up on Wednesdays. So, like, those are the two ideas that's floating in my head right now. I see we have both completed our respective tasks, a satisfactory outcome. Though, if I could make one suggestion, you might try to dispatch your foes more quietly in the future. I do not like to pick fault, but I really must be allowed to concentrate. Well, fuck you, then. I can't control the screams of monsters. Now then, Snake Manta waits, shall we? I'll make sure the monsters are more quiet next time as I pierce their flesh with my spear. Either way works for you, honestly. Yeah. It's something I gotta think about. But since I'm gonna be on a break here in a few weeks, I think I'm gonna go to Warframe anyway. For just a little bit. At the very least. And go from there. Unless there's another suggestion. Right about here. Yes. As before, I would ask you to keep an eye out for dangerous beasts as I work. What, I know you've been kind of bench 14 for a little bit, Taylor, but what were you working on? Did you even finish the story campaign that you were on? I forget which one you were on. Were you on Shadowbringers? Just got to Shadowbringers a little while ago. Oh, so what were you working on then? Previously? I think you were working on story stuff. If you just got to Shadowbringers. Fascinating. These readings are not all that I expected. Stormblood, that's what it was. I get expansions confused all the time. Though perhaps that should come as no surprise. I'm not given to superstition, but there is a queer, almost blasphemous air hereabouts. Let us quit this place and return to Roots Lake. We have one more site to survey. But yeah, just taking a break just because. Just because. For me, like, part of it is a little bit of burnout. Not as much as you think, though. But, I don't know. There just hasn't really been much for me to do other than main story quests. That I feel like I have to do. And the only other quest I kind of feel like I need to do is, like, RNG to get the materia for carpentry. I'm like, I don't want to do that. It's an annoying long time. It's all RNG. As before, my guardian, please leave me to my task and ensure our safety. Love the game, but a good break is always needed every now and then. Fair. At least when I'm on free trial, you know, I can take a break whenever I want. But if you're on, if you purchase the game, you gotta worry about, like, making use of your subscription. / remembering to cancel the, making sure to cancel when needed. So you don't pay for months when you're not playing. This data should prove invaluable to... Ye gods! What is that stench? Did you slaughter a creep of adamantoises while my back was turned? Quickly now, to Camp Tranquil. I will not have my clothing reek of blood and offal. Or offal? I think it was offal. And also, I've been doing this for 34 weeks right now. Well, maybe not necessarily in a row, but 34 streams. You chose to paddle in the Icar while longer, I take it. No matter. I took advantage of my unexpected privacy and performed a courtesy analysis of my data. it would appear that there has been a measurable decrease in Eorzea's ambient aether concentrations since the calamity. However, this data is far more conclusive. We must take additional measurements to confirm my assessment. Oh, great. On our next survey, I would have you escort me to Earth's fault. The ambient aether concentrations there are so high that crystalline structures form spontaneously. Consequently, anomalous fluctuations should be much easier to detect. Brilliant, yes? No, don't bother answering. That was rhetorical. Now, come along. What have you been playing lately in the meantime, Taylor? Instead of, 14. I think earlier you brought up that you're hooking up an OG Xbox. Hate that I have to say OG Xbox instead of Xbox One or the first Xbox. You know. And you can't just call it Xbox. You can't just call it Xbox. That's too confusing. Still working on that? You are making mods to it, aren't you? Hey, Orphan. So remember that when you went out the other day, you were at a clothing store and was about to buy some gloves. Okay. Saw a small red bell and was like, oh, a tiny bell. Then noticed it said, ring for that. Oh. Ran away after buying the gloves. I see. Oh, what a cute bell. Oh. Oh. Don't even want to know what it was fully for, but okay. Doesn't need to wait on your stuff to ship. Oh, makes sense. You should be more than familiar with the procedure by now. Pray find a suitable position from which to keep a watch while I take measurements. I don't know if you saw, Taylor, but I went yard sailing a little bit on like Saturday, and I found like 7 Call of Duty games, like $2 each for the 360. So I'm like, well, it's something. Yes, quite high, yet still marked lower than historical measurements taken near the end of the 6th Astral Era. Could the presence of a primal account for the difference? Or is there something else? Something else. Something else. Scion! Scion, come here! I need you! Was literally gone, never go in there again. Very scared of what potentially could be there. Oh no! Pirate guy's dead! Fear not, my friends! Help has arrived! Why are you two here? I thought you were busy escorting. There you are, Scotbot. Ori and I were worried when you and your charge failed to return at the appointed hour. He's learned too much. Gutted like a hog, but not by one. No, these wounds were made with a blade. Doesn't look like he put much of a fight either. Nary a mark on his sword or his shield. I've heard nothing of any Crystal Brave operations in this area. What cause have Willard to come here? What should we do? Well, we will see to the scholar's protection, Scotbot. Aye. The boy's remains. He should return to the Rising Stones. The Minfilia will want to know what happened here. And so do I. So playing that DSRPG you mentioned last time as well. Oh, nice. How's that going? Fair enough, because you are here. Orphan, you're here, so you're gonna stop any monsters from attacking? instead of going to Memphilia first, I am going to Limsa and see what Tataru's up to. Yeah, on my own time, I've been playing Suikoden. Kind of failed. There's already a dead guy. Yeah, exactly. Kind of not really good at being a bodyguard. I think my PNG froze. I'm gonna fix that. Pretty good so far. Good. It's been long enough that you don't remember anything about it. That's always the fun part, when you replay a game and you actually don't remember anything. It's almost like experiencing it for the first time. Teleport, turn off the sound. We'll fix the PNG. Because my robot is always on fire. Get the PNG fixed. Okay. There's that. Let's get the sound back on. Am I still loading? Oh my god, that took forever. I mean, it's fine, I had to get my PNG fixed, but still. Okay, Taylor, I'm currently playing through Suikoden 1 and 2. And I just started Suikoden 2 yesterday. And those two games have like a save transfer feature. Downstairs, probably. Suikoden 1 was actually pretty good. It was actually kind of refreshing to get an RPG that was only around 20 hours. On the PS1, no less. But when you first got the DS, which was very late, but you know, a friend gifted to you, it's still fun. Scappa, what are you doing here? I'm a scholar, just like you. I didn't mean for her to worry. That's the last thing I wanted. Putting an end to such worries is precisely the reason I'm here. Don't you see? I, Taru, shall become a great and powerful Arcanist. And now, at Mistress Thumbrigheim's behest, I must go and complete a special training exercise till we meet again. I do like how Tataru is now, like, actually going to do stuff. Possibly. Never played this weekend personally, but I've heard good things about it. It is pretty good. I got the remastered collection on Switch. Again, it comes with 1 and 2. Again, Suikoden 1 was actually pretty good. It's nice only playing like a 20-hour RPG. But I just recently started Suikoden 2, and you could tell the plot is a lot more... they're trying a lot more with the plot, let's just say that. She does become more important in character going forward, fair. 20 hours sounds pretty nice, actually. And then the save will transfer to the second game. Because, while I don't know how many years later it takes place, you'll get a lot of characters that come back from the first game. And your save can affect their starting stats and weapons or starting levels if they're really high in the first game. And transferring your save is the only way to get the main character from the first game as a recruitable character. Visit Scappa, what brings you to the guild? So you're antiquated with our newest member. An Arcanist of your experience must see that her potential is somewhat lacking. Wait, of my experience? So this dialogue is different because I have gone through Arcanist stuff? Does she say something different if you never gone through Arcanist? Same thing with Dragoon earlier with before the raid. Nevertheless, she would not be denied, and goes now to undertake her first trial, a simulated inspection of 3 crates. Doubtless you recall receiving similar training under Kiahia's supervision. I do like that they are acknowledging that I went through this myself as well. A thought occurs to me. Why not oversee Tataru's training yourself? Given your relationship with the girl and your familiarity with the task, I think you are the ideal choice. You need only head to the cliffs south of the Zephyr Gate, as before, and observe at a distance. Okay. No, I gotta fill the role. I gotta be the part. I gotta be the summoner. Or the scholar in this case. Look, I gotta fill the role. It's too fitting. It's either that or a summoner, but I don't know. I think for this role, she's probably more likely to be a scholar. I don't know. Scholar feels more fitting right now. I gotta fill the role, you know? It's also been a while since I played a scholar. And my summoning was... there. Been a while. Get my little fairy. Unicorn. Okay, Tataru. Let's hope nothing goes wrong. Oh, Azure sees to Pirate Port, where she met her shining jewel. For to bring the smuggler's plane to naught, come the last whom none could fool. Beat him with the backdraft, cut him with a gust, deck him with a downburst. Go, Carbuncle, go! Oh, are those crates I spy? And this must be the true test. But we are ready for them, aren't we, Carbuncle? Carbuncle? Carbuncle's just wandering off. Okay, we're gonna get ads soon, so I'm gonna make sure to pause for the ads. Oh no, jellyfish! Ah! Come back, Carbuncle! Come back! Oh no. And ads started and I can't pause it. Okay, now I can just wait for the ads to finish up. Battle Royale it is. I could summon Ungo back in, but I don't think I need to. Arvor, Physic, Bio 2. I'm trying to remember my movesets here. Ruin 2, I still have that set up here. I think I rearranged everything to be more useful. More available. 45 seconds of ads. Imagine having ads, though. I can't. I can't imagine that. 30 seconds. Check your socials. Stretch, hydrate, do what you need to do. Not much going on. 10 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And ads should be done. Kind of funny that Carbuncle just wandered off from Tataru. It's kind of funny. Tataru. No. The Doc Hack GU games were pretty similar. They're fairly short and have save transfers as well. I liked it when games had save transfers. Even if it was ever minor, you know? Ratchet and Clank had stuff like that too. Should have known you'd come, Scottbot. You need say a word. Your face says it all. I know you bore witness to my shame. Betrayed by my own carbuncle and left at the mercy of wild beasts. I must accept the truth. I'll never be a warrior like you or the others. I will inform Mistress Thurbrigine of my intention to withdraw from the guild. Arcamia, like so much else, is beyond me.
Drink, you fool.
I shall do that. At least I heard the text-to-speech. Hey, Crimson. Tataru. Why did Carbuncle just leave? But yeah, Taylor, so before I decided to save transfer, you know, I looked up what transferred, and it said that a few things transfer. If your characters are significantly high leveled, those characters coming back can start at a higher level. It also said if you maxed out their weapons, or not even max out, but if you upgrade their weapons, they could start at a higher weapon level as well. So I decided to take every character in Suikoden 1 and not necessarily care about levels, but maxed out their weapons and ended up giving them the best armor money could buy. It took me about an extra 15 hours to do so because there's that many playable characters. Chicken crossed the road. It didn't. Just wanted to say the phrase. Yeah. Like I said, it didn't. I think I was right on that one, Crimson. Back so soon. How fared our fledgling Arcanist? Abysmally, Mistress Thurbrigine. Abysmally, as Scottbot will testify. I was wrong to become an Arcanist, wrong as usual. I'm completely and utterly unqualified, and I sincerely apologize for wasting your time. Tataru, if that were true, I would not have permitted you to join in the first place. We must all come to accept our limitations, lest our ambitions lead us astray. However, we must not lose sight of our strengths in the process. For example, your exceptional skill with numbers helped you gain a solid grasp of the fundamentals of Arcanima. Or Acanima. My god, there's no extra I. Were not so, you would have struggled to even summon Carbuncle to your side. In my opinion, the Scions are truly fortunate to have such a capable and good-natured receptionist in their service. Would you not agree? You are too kind, Mistress Thurbrigine. Though I could not overcome this challenge, I shall take your words to heart and try not to be discouraged. Such a small bean just needs a little bit of encouragement. As fetching as these garments are, I fear I should never don them again. But I can't go back to the Rising Stones without something to show for my time away. Wait, I know what I could do. That is, if you don't mind accompanying me for a little longer. Wonderful. Then to Costa del Sol we go. It is a bit of a gamble, but I'm confident it will pay off. By the way, Taylor, now that I'm thinking about it, earlier when, I forget what their what's her name? The ninja, right? The one that, from a different continent that the Garleans are from. Yugiri, thank you. Does she say anything different if you mastered rogue slash ninja. Since I'm noticing dialogue that seems to be different. Does she make any comment that, like, you've mastered skills similar to hers? Because she said something to, not Alphinaud, Thancred. Fortunately, you don't know, but that could be the case. Yeah, I'm wondering. Again, she brought something up with Thancred when they met. So it makes me wonder if you've mastered, rogue slash ninja. If either you, Giri, or someone else along the story mentions that you've mastered that. Interesting to think about. Because it's entirely possible by this point in Realm Reborn, you know, because this was added in after the fact, you could have done all of the jobs and maxed them all out to level 50. Or, yeah, you started with 50 to begin with. By the time you got access to the storyline. Play Doc Hat GU games again. This is a really fun action RPGs. Aren't, like, all the Doc Hat games, like, very expensive and the only way to play them is on original hardware? Like, there was never a re-release. I know the anime is hard to come by, too. I wonder if any of the Doc Hat games, like the PS2 ones, have retro achievements. They probably do. There you go. The original series, the GU games have more modern re-releases. Okay. Swimsuit Tataru? Yes, this is it! This is where the man at the drowning wench told me to look. There is certainly variety of claim that can be harvested this time of year in Bloodshore. One which produces the most marvelous pearls. However, these clams are so coveted by certain wild creatures, and since I fared another poorly battle last time, let's be off. I know the anime for Dot Hack is very hard to come by, too. They have problems with the source code for the original games. Oh, so that's probably why they haven't been released any other way. What fortune! I've already found one. Would you be so kind as to keep watch while I work? This should only take a moment. There we go. Ooh, that's a big snakey. Big snake. More Gwar. Or Gawar. I'm actually curious on what the Dot Hack games are going for now. My curiosity is piqued, I should say. Set this back up. Get some HP back. He's dealing a decent amount of damage to me. And get out of here. GU games are pretty easy to get your hands on. Note that at least the original series is like almost 400 at this point. Okay. My interest is piqued. I need to look. I have to look now. Well fought, Scottbot. Well fought. I knew this was right to ask you to come. As for me, I have my prize. A bounty of blood pearls. So named for the reddish hue, they were treasured as wards against dark magics in ancient times. I thought I might make charms for everyone. so that no matter where they go, they will always come home. In short, the power to defend myself and other people, in a way. Right? Well, I must keep Flamin waiting. There's work to be done, lots of it. We're to secure provisions for the Scions in the Lomnism markets. She may have an eye for quality, but I have a nose for bargains. Will you be heading back to the Rising Stones? If so, pray convey my apologies to Minfilia, and tell her that she needn't worry about me. Farewell, Scottbot, and thank you for everything. That sounded rather final, didn't it? How about until we meet again? Okay. PS2 games. Dot Hack Quarantine, yeah, nearly $400. And nearly 400 for Quarantine. Dot Hack Infection. Oh, that one's only 25. That one's only 25. Mutation? $50. Okay. Outbreak. $80. So honestly, the only one that's actually kind of reasonable is Infection. The problem though is that to get the full story, you have to play all 4. Yeah, I'm kind of aware. And then there's the GU stuff. Let's see. Reminiscence, PS2, $30. Last Recode on PS4 is $15. Rebirth on PS2 is $30. Redemption on PS2 is $35. Then there was... No, that's a special edition of Rebirth. Never mind. Is that it? That's kind of it. And yeah, GU really isn't that bad to get. But out of the original set, Infection's the only one that's kind of reasonable. Quarantine, yeah, no, you're not buying that. Now to go and speak to Minfilia. How long are each dot hack game anyway? Like, are they kind of shorter, like 20 hours, or are they like full, like 40 to 60 hour RPGs? Also, didn't some of these games, like in the GU, like didn't they get Steam releases? It's probably about 20 hours, like Suikoden. That's not bad. 20-hour RPGs. They have the save transfer stuff. That's pretty cool. I like that. Although I don't know how else. I do not know how long Suikoden 2 is. You know, I just started it. Last Recode is the re-release. Yeah, I know that one is on PS4. But by the way, Taylor, I've been watching some videos that popped up recently, talking about someone is taking Steam and GOG games and putting them on discs or like SD cards to kind of give them that physical release feel. Recode is on Steam. Yeah, that one's PS4, Switch, and Steam. Do this. Well, come on, Scappa. I gather you found Tataru in Limsa? My, it sounds as though she had quite an adventure. And while it did not end as she hoped, I suspect it will prove to be a valuable experience. I dare say she could have managed without our intervention. Even so, I appreciate you indulging in my request. Now the more important. Gonna lurk for a bit, catch you later. Okay, later, Taylor. Scappa, you are returned. And you seem troubled. Did the role of escort chef so? Or chafe? I don't know. Wildred dead? Mayhap murdered? By the 12, how could that be? I will send word to Alphino as once. He will want to conduct a full investigation and send word to Wilred's family. Gods, he was just a boy. Who would do this? And why? Wait. Oh, I can get more Spirit Bound potions for free. Nice. Probably gonna need those. Through recent events weigh heavily on our minds, we must needs set them aside for now. We are coming to a defining moment in Eorzean history. The grand commemoration of our joint defense of Ishgard, the first time in 15 long years that our people have stood side by side with our neighbors to the north to fight in common cause. This may mark the true rebirth of the Eorzean alliance. Failing that, it should at least serve to bring our nations closer together. We have every reason to raise our voices to celebration, or in celebration, do we not? We have bested Dravians and Ashians both. Against desperate odds, we have fought and won. But the Primals still plague us, and the Emperor still plots our subjugation and our triumphs. Remarkable though as they are, were brought at a terrible price. Brave adventurers and allies broken in the steps of faith, and before our eyes in this very room, our dear friend Moonbreda. This is the victory we have wrought, and is as bitter ashes in my mouth. I would sooner stay here and invite those with more appetite to enjoy the feast in my stead. Alas, it is a royal banquet, and all of our allies will be in attendance. It is our duty to present a unified front, that we might serve as a beacon of hope to all. It seems I have no choice but to take my own advice. I instructed the others to meet us in Ul'dah, that we might make our grand entrance together. Unfortunately, I had to settle for leaving Tataru and Lamin a note. If they do not return quickly, they will have to settle for whatever leftovers I could smuggle out of the fragrant chamber. Wait, what? Off to the big soiree, Scottbot. Raise a glass for me, eh? Or not? You don't look best pleased, lad. Something on your mind? Thought you were dead. By the Navigator. Wilred's dead? Oh, or do they just look alike? Okay. God damn it! They must know if they've been rumpled. I mean, sod it. 'Tis past time we had this talk. After our last conversation, I got to thinking about where certain funds were coming from. So I had a dig around, on the quiet. And sure enough, I found it. Seems a fair bit of coin made its way to the Braves' coffers, courtesy of a Dodo consortium. A daft name for a business if I ever heard one. Which is what first gave me an inkling that something weren't right. So I went through the ledgers again. I found another half-dozen donations from organizations with stupid, bloody names. Didn't take long to find the common thread. All were owned by the Mirage Trust. Oh, I'll give the bastard credit. He showed up with the amateurs we are. Showed us up for the amateurs we are. short and calling one of his businesses the Bloody Bribery Consortium. I don't know what more he could have done to mark our rules on financial contributions. Oh my god. Contributions! I can't speak! The gods only know how many men owing the first and third are taking to Legi's coin. But now we know, as some of them are. I'd wager me right eye they're the ones who did for Wilred. The earnest young fool had taken to asking the wrong kind of questions. Bound to attract attention, he was. Should have seen it at the time, but I didn't. Gods damn me. Still, I don't see what Telegi hopes to accomplish. He had his scheme with all the care and drunk pissing in the wind. No, he's clever. He's cleverer than this. So we need to be clever too. That's the only way we'll ever repay this debt of blood. We'll purge every one of the traitorous bastards from our ranks. On that you have my word. Have me word. And Scappa, mind yourself when you're in Ulda, eh? We're headed into a storm. I can smell it. The kind what'll sweep a man overboard and drag him under before he knows it. Before he knows it, yeah. I got him confused as the one that actually died. They looked similar. I did notice the other guy didn't have the eye patch, but I thought that was just a, I don't know. The other guy stole the eye patch? I don't know. I thought it was weird. Got him confused. I did not need to actually exit out here. I could have just teleported. Oops. Gotta waste some time. Game, are you gonna load? There we go. Off to Ulda. Now we gotta wave through another loading screen. How fun. Should have just done one loading screen instead of two. There we go. Time to teleport. We have been waiting for you, Scappa. The celebration is due to begin shortly. I hope that we might make our introductions together, but Mistress Momundi just said word that you are needed at the quicksand. Okay. We're gone at the quicksand. Well, everyone here gets ambushed. We'll go on ahead, Scappa. Pray join us once the matters at the quicksand are resolved. Give my regards to Momodi, and let her know that I will call upon her anon. Off to the quicksand. That's in Western, right? Oh no, that's the quicksand is the end, got it. I thought that was the old base in Western. There we go. Adventurers Guild. At least I double checked. instead of just assuming it was in Western. Either way, I'm being detoured here so that everyone's going to be ambushed. I'm just making that assumption. If that's what's going to happen. Modi, what do you want? I appreciate you dropping on such short notice, Scottbot. I know you've got places to be, so I won't waste your time. Your friends in the Crystal Braves by the name of Aelan, aren't you? Former adventurer? Come to think of it, I'm sure you recruited her yourself. Well, anyway, she came round for a meal not long ago, but before she left, she asked me to give you a message. Said if the others ended up dragging you to the feast, I was to see you got it before you made your grand entrance. Meet me at the station west of Coffer and Coffin. There's something I must show you. Short message, I'll grant you, but she thought long and hard before picking those words. Barely touched her food, too. Under other circumstances, I'd have thought those signs of a troubled heart. Something tells me she ain't planning to confess her undying love. Over... Wait, where? Where at? Central. Okay. I had a feeling it was Central. I'm bad with names, if it wasn't obvious. Okay, we're going to be getting ads soon. I think I'll get to the spot. But I'm going to pause for ads. I'll also step away while the ads are going very quickly. Okay. Again, this is just a distraction, isn't it? Or another body. It's one of the two. Okay. Made it to the destination. Ads are going to start here soon. I am just going to step away right now. Very briefly. I'm going to leave it on the screen. BRB. I am back. Looks like we got 15 seconds of ads left, so give it just a second. I think my PNG froze. Did it freeze? It might have. Let's fix that. It did. Okay. Let's fix my PNG first. Okay.
PNG's fixed. Let's get the audio back up again. There's the audio. Let's get this going. As you stood upon the platform, your thoughts began to wander. And all too soon, the ghosts of comrades lost and enemies slain began to fill your mind's eye in solemn procession. Clearing your head, you scan the horizon, but see no sign of Aelan. Continue waiting. Is she dead? Before we can meet up? Straining your ears to listen, you hear the chatter of Keycorn and the buzzing of scythids, but no approaching footfall. Sighing, you bow your head only to notice the vial lighting at your feet. Oh, I see. Scuttbot, is that you? What brings you out this way? Good thing everyone can read pantomime. Lieutenant Aelan? Aelan? I know, I haven't seen her about. Has she come this way? I guarantee we would have crossed paths. We must have passed this spot a dozen times. We're on patrol in the city's environs, on account of the royal banquet. Captain's orders, you understand. Speaking of which, isn't it about to begin? You should be with the other honored guests, enjoying your well-deserved respite. Aye, pray return to Ul'dah, Scuttbot. If I chance to meet with the lieutenant, I'll tell her you were here. No, he's suspicious. She has a plush chocobo and Moogle. Oh my god.
Oh, Sultan Tree, hallowed spirit of my line. Through my weakness, the glorious house of Ur has all but disappeared beneath the sands. For want of the strength to raise it up again, it were better that it fall. Forgive me, but I know not what else to do.
Is she just constantly worried about the Alegi stuff? Is that what's on her mind? I'm assuming that's what it is, unless it's stated otherwise. Alright, I think she was considering, like, not being part of an alliance or something? I don't fully remember. Alright. Now back to Mamundi. Momodi, not Mamon. Unicorn. I think the Adventurers Guild is just right here. So it won't take that long. Okay, let's deliver the vial. I reckon you'd head straight to the feast after meeting with Aelan. Aelan? What's the matter? No appetite? So she wasn't there. But this was, eh? Let's see. Looks to me like an alchemist's vial, but beyond that I can't say. Might be best if you hold on to it for safekeeping, though. Any road? No use worrying about Aelan. I'm sure she'll turn up before too long. When she does, we'll soon find out what this was all in aid of. Besides, you got more important things to think about. Would you believe that while you were away, another message arrived for you? Well, one did. One delivered by the Sultana Handmaiden, no less. Seems Her Grace desires a private audience. Her handmaiden will meet you in the royal promenade and escort you to the Sultana's chambers. So, what are you waiting for? Go on then, go! A private meeting with the Sultana?
You needn't trouble yourself, sir.
Your Grace is most kind, but it is no trouble to me, rather an honor. If your Grace is ready, I shall summon the Warrior of Light.
I am.
I thought they already went straight in. I guess this is while I was out when I first went to the Adventurers Guild, I guess. Meanwhile, 5 minutes ago.
Everyone looks to be in high spirits.
Ooh, I don't need to talk.
With good cause.
Common victory may serve to unite even the most unlikely of allies. You've brought us one step closer to a united Eorzea.
Your modesty knows no bounds, antecedent.
Antecedent. I need to freaking.
Were it not for your efforts, Sir Emmerich would never have become such a steadfast ally. When he convinces his countrymen to rejoin the Alliance, we shall all reap the benefits, military and economic. I tell you, we are on the cusp of a new era of unity and prosperity. Territorial disputes are all that divide us now, but I have faith that we will find an amicable solution in time. And failing that, I'll have my trusty warrior of light box the ears of all concerned. Speaking of whom...
He will be joining us shortly. A matter at the quicksand required his attention, but it did not sound serious.
At least that's what it starts off as. It starts as nothing serious, but it becomes serious. No rest for the Warrior of Light. It's always serious business. Off to the Sultanate! Sultanate requires a private meeting. Chamber of Room? Yeah. Oh, this way. Okay. What does she want? Thank you for coming, sir. Her Grace is most eager to speak with you. If you require a moment to compose yourself before your audience, You may have it. Or if you are ready, it would be my honor to escort you to Her Grace's chambers forthwith. Several cutscenes will play in sequence. Besides, sufficient time to view these scenes in their entirety. Well, that's what we're doing. Makes me feel like it's like Metal Gear 4 final cutscene. It's like 2 hours. It's about an hour long. Well, we got an hour. Hey, it's no Metal Gear 4. Metal Gear Solid 4, I can tell you that. I wish they'd warn you up ahead.
Your Grace, your guest has arrived.
Pray, come in and take your ease.
It's a good thing you told me about how long this will take. I know what to expect now.
Tis well that the steps of faith held against the horde.
And what of the city proper?
We sustained some few losses, but the heart of our nation yet beats with vigor. I am not certain I could say the same had we not received your most generous aid.
An attack on Ishgard is an attack on the realm. We stand together or fall divided.
Such noble words. After the fact.
Exactly.
I had hoped to speak in the presence of her grace, but it seems she has been delayed. That being the case, now would seem as good a time as any. Honored friends, pray allow me to convey Ishgard's warmest gratitude for your part in the defense of our lands.
Wasn't much, but you know, it's something.
'Tis upon the success of this very alliance that my recommendation to throw open the gates of judgment shall be founded. With the blessing of the Archbishop, it is my hope that Ishgard will soon be reunited with her long-estranged sister nations, and that Eorzea shall once more be as one.
Very well.
Is aught amiss?
Nothing to worry about. I shall return anon. You wished a word, you passe?
And we are not going to find out what that word is. At least not yet, anyway.
You may go.
Your Grace.
You must be curious as to the reason for this private audience. The matter I would discuss, however, will soon make apparent the need for discretion. I intend to abdicate the throne and dissolve the monarchy.
Oh yeah, that's what she was talking about. No response.
You have seen for yourself the storm of turmoil that howls through our streets. The government fails in its responsibilities, and my subjects suffer the consequences of our incompetence. But I will see them suffer no longer. The victory feast shall provide the stage on which I declare the dissolution of the Sultanate. 'Tis mine intent that the ruling class of our golden city should take its place beside the common man in a fair and equitable republic. No more shall this nation bow to the whims of a privileged few. Yet, that which I propose will entail the tearing up of this city's very foundations. And even Reborn, with all his strength and influence, will be hard-pressed to keep his footing on such treacherous ground. Thus will I ask you to lend him a steadying hand. You who have endured the wrath of innumerable foes are the one hero in whom I can place my trust. Will you do this thing for me?
I don't get a choice.
I am truly grateful. More grateful than I can well express. Much of my dread for the coming days has been quieted.
Imagine if we get to hear the thoughts of the Warrior of Light. Be like, never get a choice in these moments. Oh shit. Poisoned wine? And yeah, I'm just standing there doing nothing. Okay, there we go. Now I'm blamed for this.
Your Grace!
I think he smiled right before he reacted, so he knows this is, like, this is all set up.
Her Grace, the Sultana, is dead. Poison in her wine? You did this! Spare us your denials! I see no other suspects, and the room has but the one entrance. I hereby accuse you of regicide. Men, arrest this viper.
Can I switch to White Mage and, you know, try to cure the poison? It's hot out there. Oh, jeez. Damned elves thinking they deserve to exist. They're not elves. They're small beings.
Sir, barring a few exceptions, we have detained all those with allegiance to the Scions.
Hey, Hawkhorn
The
Dog.
Rising Stones is also under our control.
How's it going? I was wondering why we didn't have a joined the Crystal Braves in like some sort of to get chocobo stuff, but here's the reason.
And what do you hope to achieve with this mutiny?
Why, that which we have striven for all along, Commander. The salvation of Eorzea.
Gotta tank the poison like a real warrior. Too bad the Sultana isn't a warrior. Sucking a Shangri-La. Map sucks. You need AoE weapon or else you're kinda effed. Ah, that sucks. Is it just RNG?
What is the meaning of this?
Knights from the homeland. This cannot bode well.
Lord Commander, we have received an urgent message from the Holy See. I am grieved to report that your serpentine foes have resumed their assault. Needless to say, your presence is urgently required. These knights have come to bear you swiftly home to Ishgard.
A surprise attack?
We've had no such word from Arla, and the timing is most fortuitous to catch us away from the city.
Most fortuitous indeed.
Lord Commander, we must away.
You have been a most gracious host. I hope that I might one day return the favor. Come, Lucia.
Teleji being the real villain of the story right now. Zombie spawn from window, the ground, the rooms next to you. They spawn the max amount of units that kill one another is running towards you. Oh.
Whatever is going on in there? Ah, the ever-dutiful brass blades. I must apologize, but my dance card is rather full. Another time, perhaps?
Thancred, of the Scions of the Seventh Dawn. You stand accused of committing acts of espionage in service to the Garlean Empire.
Espionage? What in the seven hells are you talking about? Ah, if you're referring to that business with the Ultima weapon, then you must understand. I wasn't myself.
Under interrogation, an Imperial prisoner revealed your involvement in numerous dealings with the enemy. We've also been investigating reports that you are a practitioner of forbidden arts. You'd best come along with us.
You invite me to your party and now you want me to leave? I do so detest receiving mixed signals. Come then. I believe I've lost my appetite for this farce of a celebration.
Kinda hard to hold him back. On top of that, there's not a lot of spaces to train. Just gotta deal with it though. Gotta get good.
You go too far, Lord Adeleji. By what right do you march armed soldiers into a royal banquet and eject state visitors without her grace's consent? You treat the brass blades as your personal army and show contempt for the throne with your every act. Leave us now.
Is that an order, General? Mayhap you have mistaken me for one of your flames. You will find I am not so slavishly obedient. As you lecture me on personal armies. As for your outrageous claim that I have shown contempt for the throne, let all here observe that it was not I who feasted while an assassin removed its occupant. I expect this is your idea of defending the nation, is it? This and diluting our forces through these distractions in Cartano and Curthus. I do begin to see how the ranks of the Immortal Flames came to be riddled with Garlean sympathizers.
You are plainly unfit for command.
Wait, Constantino. Your words make no sense. What assassin?
Easter egg also takes a while. Brother and I are trying to do it with randoms online. Just need that Easter egg and you'll be able to do the moon Easter egg, but randoms are not helping.
You mean to say you don't know? We caught the vaunted champion of the Scions in her Grace's private chambers, not moments after the deed was done.
No! No, this cannot be!
Save your breath. You will need it to plead your case. You and your entire order are to be tried for this atrocity. Bring in the prisoner.
Don't need to help all the time, just turn on Eclipse mode and as well as not leaving, as the Easter egg requires 4 people. Fair.
This man stands accused of poisoning Her Royal Majesty Nanamo Ul Namo and is suspected accessories to the crime. All members of the Scions of the Seventh Dawn will be detained for questioning.
So basically everyone in the Crystal Braves was turncoat.
What a pity. Who'd have thought your tale would end like this?
Should you demand further proof, a vial with traces of the substance used to poison her Grace was found upon the assassin's person.
How very convenient.
You would speak of convenience? Who persuaded her Grace to host this celebration? A diversion which presented you and your Confederates ample opportunity to commit the crime, and a crowd within which to fade from view. A more convenient occasion I could scarcely imagine.
How dare you! After all we have done for Uldar!
Hold your tongue, witch! I'll not be ensorcelled. I know all about the dark gift that you and your disciples wield.
Ads are going to start soon, so I will pause for a minute.
I've observed how you worked upon the minds of the Alliance leaders.
Hey, Backcap.
Them to your will.
Ads will start here in like around 10 seconds.
And what of your cordial relationship with Sir Emmerich? For years, Ishgard abjured all contact with the outside world, and now the Lord Commander of the Temple Knights treats you with the familiarity of a childhood friend.
I'm gonna stop it there because we got ads. Imagine having ads though. Battle Royale time. Deal with the ads for a little bit. We got minute 10. Stretch for a bit. Hydrate. Maybe check your socials. Or something. You ain't got ads. That's the benefit of being on the YouTube side, isn't it? As well as I don't have enough like subscribers on the YouTube side to really get ads either. So, is Orphan good now? Seems like it. I don't even know if you can hear me back up, but yes, sounds like it. Oh, you can? Okay, I'm not sure. Can never tell. 30 seconds of ads left. Just got here. The fire, no ads. I see. You must have lucked out. 20 seconds of ads. Closed out the wrong thing. 10 seconds. Even if there are no ads playing for you back up, I'm still going to wait because some others may have to deal with ads. And ads are done. Backcap, so we saved Ishgard. There's a feast going on, and the Sultana just got poisoned from her wine, and we're getting blamed for it. So that's what's going on right now.
I'll tell you what I think. I think this desperate defense of Ishgard was but a ruse to deceive us into dividing our forces. Your next move will be to charm your Kurthan allies into invading our lands. Now that is truly ridiculous.
How do you even think of this stuff?
Oh, he did. Like, it's all set up.
She cannot be dead.
And the Crystal Braves, basically all of them are working for him. It looks like.
Stand aside, Ilbert. I want to see the Sultana.
Spare yourself the pain, brother. I saw her with my own eyes. For a mercy, the poison took her swiftly. Her handmaiden can attest to that.
I can't tell if the handmaid's working for her or if she's a part.
This cannot be.
I can't tell if she's a part of it or not.
No!
Don't think she is. It's hard to tell. She did pour the wine, but she might not have known it was poison, so it's hard to tell right now.
Plainly, the royalists can no longer be relied upon to keep our nation safe. And so it falls to the monitorists of the Syndicate to govern Uldar. But should you wish to help us, General, we would be more than happy to entrust the task of planning Her Grace's funeral to you.
The fucking smirk he gives the entire time.
Sultana, and we will be glad to be rid of that burden.
Just don't die. It ain't too hard to be good.
I'll bet you will. You more than any man.
Whatever do you mean?
That fucking smirk the entire time. He knows he set this up. And he doesn't care.
Had her killed, you black-hearted bastard!
What rot! Though I did have sufficient motive, 'tis true. That young lady caused me no end of grief. She always was a most unwilling puppet. I dare say Her Grace was grateful that someone thought to cut her strings.
You would mock her, then mock her from hell!
Wait. Oh my god. Damn! I think he actually cut him in half, too. Damn, Robon! Damn! Second Grand Final Hollow Knight. Good luck.
Have you lost your mind, General? It is forbidden to draw steel in the royal chambers, much less slaughter our fellow Syndicate members. You're one of them. You've been in league with the Scions all along.
Your next scheming bastard!
Oh, damn! Lost his arm! I gotta hand it to you, Robon.
Seven hells! Admiral, we must leave.
Someone get this man a robot arm.
How unlike you, old friend. I did not expect to take your arm so easily.
Take the Scions into custody. They have conspired to commit regicide. And arrest this traitor as well.
better than the dirt I've supped on these long years. We can't all abandon Alameda and become great war heroes as you.
Damn. He's been sitting on that for a while.
You are not the man you once were, Ramon. Since that girl strapped the yoke around your neck, you've become docile.
Yeah, he just needs to grow that arm back, you know? It's very simple.
She took the mad bull and cut off his balls. And a bull that cannot rot is fit for naught but slaughter. Shall I tell you who really killed your precious Sultana? It was me.
You die!
Don't piss off Robon.
I never doubted you, not for a moment. There is more to this than I yet understand. Flee this place. Clear your names. Find out who is behind this plot. It is the only way. Now go!
That's a poster right there. That's a freeze frame you can keep. I think my PNG froze again, but I'm not going to fix it right now. PNG has been constantly freezing a lot.
Ah, there you are.
Thancred, where have you been?
Avoiding the fumbling advances of some very persistent admirers. When I realized the celebrations had turned sour, it seemed prudent to slip away and take stock of the situation. 'Twould appear that much of the city is already under tight guard. It occurs to me that expanding the Brass Blade's authority may not have been such a wonderful idea after all.
The success of this plan was contingent upon those thugs having the run of the place. Just how long has this scheme been in motion?
Careful preparations, the maneuvering of forces. I am inclined to agree with the General's insistence that a deeper plot exists here.
So, would I be right in thinking we now have an excuse to pummel as many brass blades as we like?
Unless you plan on pummeling them all, I'm not sure that will greatly aid our cause.
The Sultana's assassination was but one part of the scheme. We too were its targets. And though we did not share poor Nanamo's fate, we are yet hobbled by the charges laid at our door. Where now might we seek refuge?
Where indeed, we may safely assume that our foe is thought to have the Rising Stones watched.
Forgive me for stating the obvious, but our choice of destination will matter little if we cannot secure an escape route out of Ul'dah.
Yeah, let's get out here first and then we'll plan on where to go.
Happily, I believe I can provide one. Papa Shan once told me about the passages hidden in the walls of the palace. If I recall correctly, the fireplace in Animo's chambers conceals the entrance to a tunnel. It should lead outside the city and allow us to avoid any messy confrontations.
was gonna say, Ida's gonna stay behind and distract them all.
I suppose I shall just have to join you.
Crystal Graves too, huh? Now this should be interesting.
Ida, Papalimo!
We will hold our pursuers here. Hurry, now. Find this tunnel of Thancreds.
Minfilia, we cannot linger.
Now's not the time. I was gonna say, imagine if I would to, it would make me play as them. You know, if this was a single-player game instead of an online MMO, that would be the time you play as Ida, and you play as those two for a brief brawl. It's hard to tell with that going on right now.
Ah! Now look what you've done.
Ida, are you all right? There are just too many of them.
I can handle them all.
I'm fine. I could do this all day. How about you?
Nearing the end of my tether.
This is so stupid. We're scions of the Seventh Dawn. The ones who stand between this realm and the evil that's trying to destroy it.
And if you think we'll leave the stewardship of Eorzea to the likes of your masters, then you're sorely mistaken.
Sorry I dragged you into this, Papalimo.
'Tis hardly the first time, and I'll be damned if it will be the last.
Time to power up Ida.
Let them have it, Ida.
I was hoping you'd say that.
Damn. Arkham Backman would have won. I mean, it looks like Ida has this covered. Looks like they have it covered. I think they're good.
I never knew such a watercourse existed beneath Uldar. The architecture is of the Sildine style, if I'm not mistaken. The ancients plainly foresaw the need for a ready means of escape.
didn't take long. It seems these tunnels were not as secret as I had hoped.
You two, go on ahead. Thancred and I will deal with this. What do you mean to do? Only that which is required to ensure that the dawn's light survive to brighten the morrow.
Fear not, antecedent. You haven't seen the last of these fair features.
My friends. Leave us.
Man, how far away are they if they're still, you know, not actually popping in yet? We heard them from a distance. I mean, there's gotta be an echo, sure.
What is the plan, milady? Shall I take the dozen on the left and you the dozen on the right? The odds are not exactly stacked in our favor.
Numbers will count for little when I bring the tunnel down upon their heads. Though I cannot say I relish the thought of being entombed with you for all eternity.
You wound me. I will have you know that many a maid would kill for the chance to spend forever at my side. Now, may I have the last dance?
Finally get to see some cool shit. Oh no, he took an arrow to the knee. Hey, Grim, good, good, nice.
Well, this is going splendidly. Now would be a good time, milady.
'Tis done.
Shall nuke the entire waterway.
Forgive me, Mitra.
Farewell, Ophelia.
Dead. I was gonna say, we would hear that.
Heidelin, she speaks to me. No.
I must remain behind, but you cannot stay with me.
Why?
Please, you must go on. You are the warrior of light. You are hope for the Scions and for all the realm. As long as your flame continues to burn, the light of the dawn may ever be relit.
Why do you need to stay behind?
You must escape and save Eorzea from those who would plunge it into darkness. Tis the only way.
I'm pretty sure you could escape too. Yeah, have a good rest of your day back, Cap. Thanks for stopping by. Still don't really understand why Minfilia had to stay behind, but okay. Okay, now to Chocobo and fly away, right? Now to Chocobo and fly away. Chocobo would be faster.
glad to see you safe, my friend. What of the others? Damn that man! Teleji played me for a fool! I thought the Crystal Brave's mine till the very moment I felt the blade at my back.
There will be ample time for soul searching later. For now, we must put some moms between us and Ul'dah.
Who are you?
Well, would you look who it is? Need a ride? I doubt it'll be half as exciting as the last trip we took. Not if I have anything to say about it anyway.
Goes full circle.
Let's not dawdle, eh? All aboard!
I'm pretty sure by going to any of the other city-states, it would cause problems. Don't know about Ishgard, too. Probably need to go to a whole new area. Something not allied with anyone.
I was stocking up on supplies over in Vesper Bay, you see, when your sister come up and begged a favour. Said her brother was having some trouble down in Ul'dah, and likely needed a helping hand getting away.
Oh my god, they're actually bringing her back. She doesn't do anything this entire plot.
I thinking them ruins would make a fine hiding place, I decided to try there first. And lo and behold, there you were.
How convenient.
Aye, and judging by them soldiers as were pouring out of the city, I arrived not a moment too soon.
What about McDonald's hot corn dog?
Must have been fate that we happened to find you there, though, eh?
I had thought to look out for Eorzea, but would appear she was the one watching over me. I've made such a mess of things.
If you escape to a McDonald's, yeah, no one will ever check there.
Pippin Terrapin, Vice Marshal of the Immortal Flames.
Pippin? Oh. Pippin's here. Came from Lord of the Rings, did ya?
I had been on the Alamegan front these past few moons, but an urgent communication called me back to Ul'dah. Scarce had my boots touched the cobbles, though, when the streets erupted with cries of assassination. I immediately went in search of answers, and came across Master Alfino here. Needless to say, I did not think his imprisonment justified. The blame plainly lies with the Monetarists. Their greed and corruption are well known to me, but for them to take advantage of the situation with such alacrity...
Was that Pippin, you said? Ain't that the name of General Alden's lad?
Yes, I am his son. Adopted, of course. It was only as we were leaving Ul'dah that I learned of father's fate. Once I have seen you a safe distance away, I mean to return to the city and extricate him from this madness.
travel no further than Blackbrush. Our fugitives have a friend waiting for them there.
I dreamed of bringing about Eorzea's salvation, but in the end, it was I who needed saving.
Them soldiers will keep searching for a while yet. Reckon we'll take the carriage back towards Ulda and get the lay of the land. Maybe provide a distraction if need be. You three wait here. Help will be along shortly. Stay strong, friends. The real fight's to come. Ads are gonna start here in a minute. Alright, let's go. I was told these cutscenes would be about an hour anyway. So, by that pacing, we're talking about somewhere between 15 and 20 more minutes, maybe? And other than the pausing for ads... Oh, wait. Are we actually done with it? Done with the long stretch of cutscenes? I gotta wait for it to load though. 10 seconds and then the ads should dodge. Well, the ads haven't started yet. There we go. Wow. Okay, so about 45 minutes of cutscenes. And the ads have started. Minute and a half. Take a second to do your thing. We shall wait here. Normally I would end about now. But, how much more do we have? Still dodged? Good. Okay, hold on. How many more do I have to do? Okay. We're close. I'll keep going for a little bit. I did not think this would take this long. Honestly, I thought it'd be done by now. But nope. Still got more. Not much more. Still more. We got 20 seconds of ads for now. Seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Alright. The most unassuming folk can prove to be our greatest allies. That fellow was but a passing merchant, yet he lent us aid without a moment's hesitation, or any hint of concern for his own safety. Though I can well imagine how a man could feel inspired to risk it all in your presence. Father spoke often of you, Scottbot, and I have longed to look forward to our first meeting. Needless to say, this is not at all how I envisioned it. Master Alphino, you must not give in to despair. That would only play into our enemy's hands. So long as you and Scottbot are free, we may still set things right. Forgive me, Marshal Terupin, but Alphanod, my boy! Sorry to keep you waiting. Oh, it's Sid. Sid? What are you doing here? Pulling you out of the fire, as usual. Your merchant friend told me everything. Truly. Then he is no merchant but an angel in peddler's clothing. But tell us, how do you intend to bear our friends to safety? I hid the Enterprise but a short distance away. All I need is a destination. We must find a place beyond the reach of both the Monasteris and the Crystal Braves. Corthias. Ishgard will not suffer the intrusion of foreign forces in their territory. That settles it. With me, everyone. Not I fear. I must remain here. I dare not abandon Ul'dah to the Monasteris and their cronies. You may be certain that they will seek to defame you, both here and in the other city-states. But know that I shall do my utmost to thwart their every effort. Frankly, I do not expect it to be much of a challenge. The small folk will not turn so easily to the Warrior of Light and his allies, no matter what the Monasteris claim. Marshal Tarupin, I know not what to say. Huh, now that father would labor to believe. But enough talk. You must go. Master Alphonse, your airship awaits. Okay, still a few more cutscenes, even though you had a brief moment. Up, up! There's no rest for the righteous. There we go. Goodbye, Sid. This will be the last we see of you for a while, probably. Thanks for all your help. Hi, Molly. We should make for Camp Dragonhead and speak to Lord Harchfant. Mayhap he will know what to do. I know there's one more main quest after this one is completed. I don't know how long it's gonna take, though. Xander, if you're still listening, how long is this last mission gonna actually take? Because based on what I'm looking at, it kind of looks like it might be a, is it an actual, like, raid, or is it just a bunch of cutscenes? Do you happen to know? You're gonna head out? Again, thanks for stopping by. Again, Batcap. Inside. By the way, Xander, if you are listening, Before the Dawn is the final mission. Do you happen to know how long that will take? Master Alphonse told me your tale, Scotbot. It warms my heart that you should turn to me before all others. And I shall endeavor to deserve your trust. Alas, the situation here has grown more complicated in your absence. 'Twould be best if I explained in full. Okay. Let's hope this won't take that long.
There's been word from the capital. Ishgard has weathered another assault. And 'tis said several wyverns broke through into the city proper. The Temple Knights succeeded in slaying the beasts, but the intrusion prompted orders to further strengthen the guard, and to place the city under a perpetual state of alert.
My question was, how long is this last quest? Like, is it super long? Are we doing like a big fight? Like, or is it going to be fairly quick?
How keenly we feel the loss of our wards at the gates of judgment.
It's before the dawn, by the way, if you're curious.
Yet we must not bemoan our misfortune. Sir Emmerich is safely returned from Uldar.
This is another 40. Well, okay.
Defense of Ishgard. As for the matter of your asylum, I am afraid no progress will be made until the threat to our nation is diminished. But do not despair. You are not without allies. You are more than welcome to shelter here for as long as you wish. Pray, think of it as a new headquarters of sorts. The falling snows, or some such. All frivolity aside, any who come here in search of you will receive no aid from House Forton. For once, the Ishgardian reputation for inhospitality shall work in our favor. Agents of Uldar will find their every inquiry dismissed, and their every request for entry rebuffed, until such time as their masters have acknowledged your innocence. You once fought to preserve the honor of my dear friend. 'Tis a blessing that I may now repay that debt in kind. But let us dwell no more on this. Pray, join the rest of your companions. 'Tis bitterly cold this day. I suspect there are those who might welcome the warmth your presence brings.
I guess we're going to be here for the long haul? Okay. Is it just one cutscene, Xander? Or is there going to be a fight? Or one set of cutscenes, I should say. If you're saying it's going to be like another 45-minute one. It's just the cutscene. Okay. Several cutscenes will play in sequence. If you're saying it's around 45 minutes, that's about all I got. I will probably, because this will be going to be strapped for time. When ads play, I'm going to be going through as well. Alphina, Scappa, is that really you? Tataru's back. I'm so happy that you are. Yeah, because I'm going to be strapped for time. When ads play, I'm going to continue on. Sorry about that. I tried contacting Minfilia and the others, but no one would respond. And then Crystal Braves, our own people, turned on us in the marketplace. Pretty sure it's around there. Okay. Philhamen told me to run, so I did. I ran and I ran until my lungs burned and my feet ached, but I lost my way. And then, fortunately, I observed some of the Braves behaving suspiciously beforehand. Yay, you Giri. Actually taking off your mask. Ah, yes, my mask. It was lost in the struggle. Pretty, isn't she? Anyway, after Yugiri found me, we traveled to Vesper Bay and met up with Urianger. When we told him what happened, he used his magics to wave a glamour around the Waking Sands. From the outside, your old headquarters now looks like an abandoned storehouse. The transformation didn't take long either. Apparently, Urianger started making preparations after the Imperial attack, just in case the Empire ever chose to pay us another visit. Good thinking, eh? Sorry, where was I? Oh yes, so we waited there at the Waking Sands hoping others would come, but no one else did. My people are searching for the other scions even as we speak, but we have met with no success as yet. I had hoped that you might be able to suggest further place to look. But you should know, the Rising Stones did not share the Waking Sands' good fortune. Only crystal blades await you there.
You fool.
Thanks, Chiaki. Be that as it may, we yet to have hope. We yet to have cause to hope. Do we not? If the two of you escaped, it's not impossible that the others could have done so as well. You may have been forsaken by my men and women believed true, but rest assured that the people of Doma yet still stand with you. We welcome this opportunity to repay our debts, and shall continue our effort to locate the others, and see the scions restored to the rightful place of honor.
Tis all my doing. I believed myself the only one who truly understood Eorzea's woes. And look what that arrogance has wrought. I gave commands, influenced governments with my certainty. I treated the Crystal Braves, and even the Scions themselves, as pawns in my great scheme to save the realm. But in my headlong rush into imagined glory, I paid no heed to the ground upon which I trod. The salvation of Eorzea. What was it that I hoped to achieve? Did I believe that I could rid the realm of every danger and difficulty? That I could defeat the Empire and the Ascians, and find homes for every refugee? Oh, yes. I was so very clever. Become a guardian of Eorzea, I implored, and sat back to watch my perfect army cleanse the land of chaos. It was all but a means to feed my own vanity. Only when all is lost do I finally realize the truth.
Oh, Alfino.
So, Master Alfino, are you content to remain a broken blade? Is there no flame hot enough to reforge you? What of the fine companions who yet stand at your side? I dare say the fires of their determination will soon have you slicing the air again with your customary wit.
I hardly deserve such friendship. And besides, where are we to go?
Alfino, if I may? Should this place not serve our purpose, then we shall go to Ishgard. When Philia told me many times, as long as we stand fast against despair, the beacon of hope will never be lost to sight. Be it in the snow or in the clouds, we few will see that the dawn's light shines again.
You are right, Tataru. Thank you. And thank you for your kind words, Lord Orshfon. 'Tis true that Eorzea yet has her guardians. The Scions have achieved much, and it would be remiss of me to discard it all in a fit of self-pity. Let us then resume our journey, together, one step at a time.
It did say there's a long string of cutscenes, so... Oh, by long string of cutscenes we mean credits. Okay, well... That was the last of Realm Reborn. To be honest, not exactly where I thought it was gonna go. Because at the beginning of this, they were setting up like the like that hidden enemy group, the one that kept possessing other souls. They were setting them up as kind of like the main bad guys of this arc. They're setting up Zodiark, the Ashians. Thank you. They were setting up the Ashians to be the final bosses of this arc, like to summon Zodiark, and as of at least for Realm Reborn, Xander, that is not the case. Just a lot of build-up. I know, right? A lot of build-up. So this is not where I thought the story was going. Definitely not where I thought this was going. So don't get the conclusion to that till Endwalker? Oh my god. Okay. Considering that Stormblood is probably going to solve this plot point, the Ashians are just going to be in the background the entire time until Endwalker. Again, that's a lot of setup, isn't it? They'll probably intervene here and there, but we're not dealing with them until Endwalker. That's insane. I will say that I am now intrigued of where this is going to go now. I almost don't want to quit now, but at the same time, I still think it's probably... I don't know if I should have this being a Wednesday stream now. I still think I should bench this. First part is called The Heideline and the Zodiac Saga. Story only. I hear Stormblood, the next arc gets really good. And this is just the setup to it. So, from what I understand, this post-game stuff got added in updates later after the main campaign. Stormblood's not the next part? Heavensward. My bad. It was Heavensward. I'm sorry. I get names confused all the time. Heavensward is the one I hear really good things about. But from what I understand, this storyline was just added in updates later. So they probably had the plot line for Heavensward, like, mapped out. And this was all just build up to Heavensward. It was, okay. So, I still think I want to put this on the back burner. But I don't think I want to put it on the back burner for that long. Wait, all of this was over the course of 2 years? Damn. Okay. So, again, I'm trying to figure out how I want to handle this. That is not... Between expansions, it's 2 years, give or take. Oh, okay. Okay, I see. So probably not right away they started this. Year and a half, maybe? You think maybe they didn't do the first update of post-game stuff till after, like, 6 months after? I don't know. So let's, okay, I'm looking through. I think I would have another 2 Wednesday streams before I'm on my break, if I remember correctly. 3 to 4 months, okay. Yeah. I'm trying to figure out how I want to handle things. I still think the next 2 weeks, I think I will try Warframe. The next 1 or 2 weeks, anyway. I think I should put this on a, the 4 days a week stream at some point. But it's gonna be a while before I get back to this. That's the annoying part, because I got a backlog. Started Dark Souls just yesterday. Dark Souls 2, I mean. I still always need to go back to that Fire Emblem challenge. The new Fire Emblem will come out in September. Then there's part of my backlog, another Inazuma 11, and there's Resident Evil. So that's a pretty big backlog. I have a fresh story to come to. Yes. And I do think at this point this game should be one of my main games, since it's mostly a single player thing. It's not really multiplayer. I mean, it is, but at least of where I am now, it's barely multiplayer. Story game first, MMO second, right. For it to be more MMO, there would have to be a lot of rare drops and raids that you would have to go into to actually make it worth it. You know what I mean? Like, I haven't felt the need to go back into dungeons and raids to get rare equipment or rare drops. I haven't seen that. I go back in just to level grind sometimes, you know? You only do dungeons to level. Well, again, raids are still the thing too. Like, I could go back and do like the Ifrit raid, or if you call it a raid, but like, what's the point? Okay, I get a weapon skin. It's not like I need the weapon for pure power or anything. Those are trials. Okay, whatever. I guess Crystal Tower would have been the. They do have mounts, but it's not really worth it for me to keep going in. It's just a mount on the EX versions. I don't have those unlocked, do I? I don't think so. So you can kind of see my thought process on like how this is not really fulfilling the multiplayer role that I was hoping it would be. That's why I'm dropping it from Wednesdays. Get another mount for every X mount from the expansion. Okay. Oh, you get another mount for getting every EX mount. Okay. That's cool. Sadly, there's still some missions from this campaign that I still need to finish, but that ain't happening for a little while. I will want to try to come back to this. Soon is not the right word, but I do want to try to get back to this soon. But I do have a backlog. Because I am intrigued on what's going on right now. And if I treat this as a single player mode first, can definitely get through story a lot quicker. For sure. For sure the next 2 weeks are Warframe. I may change my mind. Maybe after my break I'll get a fresh start, maybe, and maybe just continue this on Wednesdays. I don't know. I'm just kind of... I'm kind of all over the place. What do you think of the ending of Realm Reborn? Hey, it's more intriguing. Like, it makes me want to come back to it. That's for sure. Like, a lot of shit just happened. Sultana's dead. Raban lost an arm. You know, we can't go back to Ul'dah. If you went for multiplayer Wednesday, don't force it. That is true. Scions are gone. Presumably dead. They're not dead, but presumably dead. If not feeling for multiplayer Wednesday, don't force it. And again, the only reason I'm considering dropping it for multiplayer Wednesday is because it's not really fitting the multiplayer role that I'm thinking of. But I don't know. I do think, though, I'll take a break for 2 weeks and try Warframe. because I'll be on my break soon, and I'll be gone for like 3 weeks. So starting this for 2 weeks and then gone through for 3, I definitely don't want that. That's the sad thing. Kind of talking with people about them. You miss some of the things that give impact. Like what? I'm assuming there's going to be a cutscene after this. With how people talk about Ishtola? Ah, that is true. People seem to like Ishtola. I just don't see it. Not in Realm Reborn. They say she's sassy. I don't see it. I already know that she's not dead. Yeah, I already know. Let's be honest, Xander. Like in any of these games, it's hard to say that anyone dies. Again, if you don't see a body, you can assume they're still alive. Alegi, though, he's totally dead. He's cut in half. With any RPG, you have to see the body. Or just in any story, you have to see the body for them to be truly dead. Oh yeah, Alegi's... That guy is gone. He's dead. He's cut in half. Yeah, he totally made sure of that. Again, part of my burnout was that it was just story and not much is really interesting, but now I'm intrigued. That's the thing. I'm now intrigued now. But let's be honest, I already know when you go back to story quests, it'll be a lot of minor quests, if that makes sense. We got ads. It's not like I could pause. We got ads. It's not like I could pause this, nor would I want to. We got 35 seconds of ads. Why does this freaking keep popping up? "15 seconds of ads. Three, two, one. Ads are done. Realm Reborn is the worst part of a Realm Reborn. Or 14, you mean, yeah. I don't know on worse, because I kind of hear that one of the more recent plots isn't that good either. But, for sure, the plot here is just kind of okay. But it has some good moments, and I will say the final part here in the post-game plot is really intriguing. Makes me want to come back to it already. Don't blame anyone for getting burnt out on A Realm Reborn, but the story gets so much better. But it's not fair to say, hey, wait 60 to 100 hours. Dawn Trail isn't bad, it's just the voice direction killed it for people. Is Dawn Trail the one people are complaining about, or the one before it? And by complaining, I mean people are saying it's not really as good. I don't know. I don't have much to say on it because I'm probably not going to get to it. Actually, that's just that. I probably won't be getting to it. It was Dawn Trail. Okay. But you also got to remember, Xander. I've been at this game once a week for 34 weeks. maybe not in a row, but 34 weeks. And I did put in a ton of hours in between streams on top of that, because I did a lot of crafting and stuff. So that's kind of where the burnout is, you know. That's understandable. I think if I were to treat this as a single player game now and put it on my 4-day-a-week streams when I do Heavensward, I think because it'll be 4 days a week, I'm basically gonna more or less focus on plot and more or less maybe just do almost everything on stream. Because I did a lot of stuff in between streams just to save time, but if it's a 4-day-a-week thing, then I'll probably just do almost everything on stream. More or less. Because that's a lot for what was just an okay story. Yeah, very true. And this final part is just set up for Heavensward. It's set up for it. Stormboy is good, but post-game is amazing. Yeah, I think when I come back to this, we'll more or less focus on plot. There's probably not going to be much reason to really focus on raids. We'll be able to get through the game a lot quicker because of 4 days a week. But I will also probably do a lot of even some of the side stuff even on stream that I would normally save for in between streams, so that's a trade-off. But when I'm playing 4 days a week, you know, still gets through it a lot faster. Shadowbringers and Heavensward are where people love the story. Raids are fun for world building stuff. Yeah, kind of like with Crystal Tower. That was fun world building. But I also don't see a real reason for me to go back to Crystal Tower, as far as I could tell. Unless I want armor sets, but those would just be for glamour. That's really about it. Again, that's part of the reason why this hasn't really been feeling that multiplayer thing for me. Yeah, like, there's no reason for me to go back to Crystal Tower. Like, I could get armor sets, complete the sets, but okay. And Taylor and I did start a run of Palace of the Dead, but we haven't gone back to it because it hasn't been able to show back up. Gear progression is only linear. Other than that, it's just cosmetic. No, that's 2013. I'm confused. Whatever. But yeah, I think I'll try to get this back up on the main streams at some point. Like I said, I got a backlog though that I need to cover first. But I am intrigued, so I want to cover this. It's either that I put this back on Wednesdays after my break. I don't know. I'm gonna have to think about it. Well, I don't know, I'm gonna have to think about it. I was just thinking, like, normally when I do stuff like my normal streams, I have options for, like, the redeems for, like rhythm game and stuff. But even with this game, I probably couldn't even have those redeems be available. Because even though I would treat this as single player, still kind of multiplayer in some ways, and you're on an online MMO. And you know, losing that for once a week is one thing. Basically, losing that for an entire week until this MMO gets fit. I don't know. It's either that. It's either I put this on the 4 days a week, I bring this back to Wednesdays, maybe even after my break. Or maybe I just say F it and just not stream it and then just continue on my own time. I don't know. I don't know. Stuff to think about. But I'm assuming you want to see my reaction to what happens in the games, right?
All has been arranged as you desired, my lord.
Okay, yeah, she was in on it. It's fun watching people react to it. And maybe I should keep it on stream. It's so hard to tell. I don't know what to do. Nabara less is no more. The ardor was not his to invoke. His demise was his own making. Nevertheless, it concerns me that I have extinguished that which should rightly be eternal. Mayhap he was not wholly mistaken. Greater haste may be warranted. We are of one mind. The northern lands, then. The earth is fertile, and the seeds well sown. By my will, they shall reap salvation unlike any the world has known. By his will. By his will. Eorzea, I have answered thy summons, emissary. Speak and make thine intent known. Of course, I didn't trust him to begin with. He wasn't playable in Opera Omnia. I would speak of fate, Archon. Yours, mine. The fate of this very star. I knew not to trust him. He wasn't playable in Opera Omnia. They added a bunch of 14 characters, but not Eorzea. Preserve the dawn's light. The heroes journeyed north. Their hearts filled with hope and eyes fixed heavensward. Damn, you know what? I may even consider continuing this. Instead of going... Damn it. I'm intrigued now. I want to keep this going now. I'm now finally intrigued. Welcome to Heavensward. No, to Tevensward. Tevensward. Damn it. I'm intrigued now. But I got 2 weeks before I do my break. To watch the cinematic for Heavensward today? No, not today. I don't have time. But now here's the thing, Xander. Now I'm debating on whether or not I'm gonna even go bench this, because I'm intrigued. Xander, am I not allowed to go back to Ul'dah right now? Am I actually not allowed to go back to Ul'dah, like, if I wanted to start a new job class? Because part of me... Here was kind of my mindset. Let's just say I kept this going instead. My idea was I could work on these that I haven't finished yet and just make that the priority. Maybe try to grind this out. Maybe work on this. Maybe start some other jobs and work on those. Just kind of treat them as in-between streams, if you will. Then, after my break, start Heavensward. I'm now debating on whether to just keep this going or just bench it for a while. I've been saying the entire time to bench it, but man, I'm intrigued now. I don't know. But I have to know. I have to know. Am I allowed to actually go back to Ul'dah? Like, if I wanted to work on it, I think that would be good. But at the same time, if you're feeling burnt out, don't do the stuff you're burnt out on. Again, I'm debating. I'm debating in my head. I gotta think it through. But you are. I am not allowed in Ul'dah. Oh, I can go back to Ul'dah. Okay. Okay. I'm going to be calling it. However, I am now undecided on what I'm going to do going forward. I could spend the next 2 weeks before I go on my break. I basically try to finish these up. Or at least some of these. Maybe start some jobs and work on those. And just kind of treat them as casual, more casual in between. Not do plot. Hell, maybe work on these as well on stream. On stream. I don't know. And then go on my break. Come back after my break and start Heavensward. Maybe the 3-week break, Xander, will help with burnout. And again, part of the burnout was there hasn't been a reason for me to jump back in between streams. And it was just story stuff, you know? But now I'm also thinking that some of my redeems will just not be available if I make this the 4-day-a-week thing, like the Miku one, because of how this game is structured, being online and all. I don't know. It's stuff to think about. Stuff to think about. So I'm actually not sure. Maybe we'll come back to this. Maybe we'll take a break. I don't know. There's a reason why you call a new expansion coming up Heaven Sword 2.0. You could do some old ones for 14. I don't know. But I know some of the missions could be done. I can wait for... I could treat the next couple streams more casually. I'm going to have to sit and think about this throughout the week. That's all I will say. It's undetermined. I will say that the ending of this plot has got me intrigued. And that's kind of why. I think it's kind of... Since we're going to be going to Heaven Sword... a lot of missions will open up. You know, I could probably, and after my break for sure, I'd probably be reinvigorated. I'm gonna have to think about it. Thanks for everyone who showed up. I am doing these streams Monday through Friday at noon Pacific time. If you want to see the old streams that are not on Twitch anymore, they're on YouTube at ScottBot64 Stream Archives. There's a link in the About page. If you are on the YouTube side, maybe come to the Twitch side. We got redeems and emotes to mess around with. Tomorrow, we're going back to Dark Souls 2. Next Wednesday, I am not sure. I'm undetermined. We'll find out. Have a good day.